All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the APS Esports East vs. West tournament. I'm your host, Party Gnome, and I am joined here today with the incredibly talented Robo.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You ready to cast some exciting League of Legends games?
Let's do it.
All right, so before we get into the games, I want to go over the standings and where we are today. So as the name implies, we have had 9 teams from across the city battling it out online in 2 separate groups, one from the east side and one from the west side. From those 2 groups, we have our semifinalists. From the east side, we have La Cueva High School Bears versus the Del Norte High School Dwelling Dragons, which is going to be the first game coming up here in just a few minutes. The winner from this match will go on to face the ECA Fed Feeders, who were the outstanding winners from the west side match. So let's start the game here in just a second. We're going to go right into Champion Select. All right, and here we are in Champion Select. We have the Del Norte High School won the coin toss, and they chose to start blue side, and they also get first picks and first bans.
It'll be interesting to see through the bans here where each team is going to be trying to play towards. Early bans taking away from the mid lane with that Echo, but a very flexible champion that can go jungle and top as well. And an Evelyn ban in the reply. Again, a very annoying champion with that perma camouflage. Hard to track down and can cause a lot of chaos. Taking away Senna, one of the more popular AD carries right now. Senna and Aphelios being pretty much the staples in professional play, expecting with that ban that it's going to really open up what could be picked in that AD carry role. Aphelios still available, arguably the highest damage AD carry playable right now.
And an incredibly high skill cap champion too.
Very high skill cap. All right, now the first pick coming through, the bans are finished. We'll have to see where they go. Misfortune, locked in. That'll be in the AD carry position more than likely.
Yeah, so we have Grimality is actually the jungle, so they are going ahead and just first picking that Misfortune to take it away from the Bears. They don't want them to have that in their hands.
And the Kai'Sa reply, locking in that AD carry, knowing that the AD carry had been picked from the side of Del Norte. They don't want to reveal anything, so they're just going to reply with that AD carry. And now they're hovering the Jax, another champion that can flex. It could be jungle, it could be top. We'll have to see where that one gets picked up.
So we got Crazy Taco, which is the ADC from Del Norte. Not that they're necessarily going to choose. Oh, well, they already have their AD carry, which is Misfortune. So we'll see what they pick up in response to that Jax and Kai'Sa.
They should be looking likely to reply with a top laner or a jungler pick here again. They don't want to reveal too much and keep it open to counter picks. And they're going straight for the Nocturne. So that'll be the jungle pick. Not the best reply into Jax with Jax's Counter-Strike. So any AD basic attacking champion is going to have a tougher time with Jax. But the gank pressure from Nocturne, very high, and is going to be putting a lot of pressure on this Jax with not the strongest early game. And a Teemo locked in.
Ooh, interesting. That'll be fun.
Not just a hover this time. We'll have to see where that ends up going as well. Another champion that can flex. Typically seen top lane. Could be picked into that Jax in order to try and give him a tough time farming into that mid and late game monster that Jax will end up being.
I have been beaten by plenty of Teemo supports before, so who knows?
Oh, yeah, a lot stronger than people think. And the new Diana being picked up.
Ooh, very strong champion and very fun to play. I really enjoy the changes that they recently brought to Diana.
Yeah, but made her very strong again in that mid lane where that power spike not coming at level 6 anymore can all in and has kill pressure in the early parts of the laning phase where it used to be a champion that's just looking to survive it. So now we're going into our next set of bans. We should see some targeting towards that support role. Because those champions have not been picked by either team yet. So Blitzcrank taken away, not something they want to deal with. Hecarim banned off as well. Nautilus, another strong support pick. They don't want these engaged supports on the board. That way they can keep their AD carry safe. They can farm into the mid game, and they're going to be looking to win these fights.
Definitely trying to keep their AD carry safe. So Kai'Sa is a pretty high mobility champion, but high mobility almost only towards your attacking target. Not too much of an escape so much until you get the upgraded ability where you do get that momentary invisibility that kind of can allow you to get out of certain sticky situations.
Very true. The Darius ban, the last ban, so targeting that top lane. Vlad being hovered. Very strong laning champion with that healing. Scales insanely well into the late game, and if given a small lead, very, very snowbally. So they're going to lock that in. We'll have to see what Del Norte has to reply with.
It feels that Del Norte's bans were definitely targeted towards allowing their top lane to sort of have free reign and get rid of any major opposition there. So they may be kind of relying on their top lane to hopefully carry them to some sort of victory here.
Yes, all 5 of those bans could be top lane champions. Xerath picked in the mid lane, and Leona, a heavy engaged support. So Lacueva made the right choices there in targeting out some of those aggressive supports. If that's the playstyle that they're going for, because Leona locked in would have been, if they had more bans, maybe something they would have been looking to target.
Absolutely.
Not quite as strong as an engage, as it's not a hook. Leona dives in, but the same level of crowd control, the same level of all-in potential. And the Braum to reply with, again, looking to block out some of those skill shots, keep that Kai'Sa safe in the bot lane.
So now we're just going to have everybody swapping their champions so that we'll know for sure who's going in which position.
The thing that I'm seeing from Lacueva's comp here is they've really got a lot of mid to late game scaling champions. So we'll have to see what Del Norte is going to be able to do in the early game, in the laning phase, how their jungle routing is going to look, and how they're going to try and punish Lacueva before they have the chance to power up, before they get there. Because all of those champions are going to be quite threatening once we get to a certain point of the game. What happens before we make it to that break point? Nocturne, an extremely strong ganker, but is going to want to get that level 6 before he really comes online.
All right. Well, we have 4 seconds until the game starts for them, but we will have a 3-minute delay, I believe, until we can actually get into the game. Yep, 3 minutes. So, looking at these team comps here, you've already given us a little bit of analysis on it. We do have, as you said, the Bears are kind of a more late game, looking to just sort of maybe sit back and be a little bit safe until they start to hit their power spikes and then kind of go in. They have a very incredibly strong team fight composition that I can see. You've got some excellent engages from Diana and Jax. You got Vladimir for just sustained damage, and then Kai'Sa is just a monster in bot lane and used in the right hands.
Yeah, I'm really feeling like they're going to be leaning a little bit more towards keeping that bottom lane safe. They've got a strong top laner where they might have the advantage here. So they might be looking to push a lead around top lane while they get bottom lane through that rougher early game. And then they're going to look to start grouping. They're going to look to be starting to make picks and really beating them out once they've hit that point where they've got a couple of items. They've got the Triforce on the Jax. They've got Hextech Proto Belt on that Vladimir. And 1 or 2 items, whatever they can get on the Kai'Sa to be pushing the backline. But between Diana, Jax, and Vladimir, their ability to get onto the backline and to blow champions up is very, very high. Mm-hmm. So they're going to need to be careful with very low mobility. Xerath, Teemo, and Misfortune, if they get jumped on, they're going to go down really, really quick.
Yeah, not a lot of escapes on this team, in fact.
Not a lot of escapes, but they have the range advantage. They have a lot of poke and then an all-in jungler and an all-in support. So I'm guessing their strategy, they're going to be looking to chip them down as much as they can. They're going to be looking to take advantage of that early game. And when they've chipped them down, that's when they can look to make these big engages, these big dives. A roaming Leona combined with a Nocturne has huge engage range. They're going to be looking to catch them out early, maybe punish this Jax, and snowball that early game lead through the mid game and use that to try and close out.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting looking at their summoner spells. You got very aggressive spells coming in from Del Norte with the Ignite on Teemo, Ignite on Xerath, and typically, supports a lot of the time bringing Ignite. The only healing being on Misfortune. And then if you look over at the Bears, they've got Teleport on Diana, so they can have that map presence. You never know when she might be teleporting in somewhere. They've got the Exhaust on Braum, so they're really gonna dive hard on these champions, and they want to take away or maybe just to protect themselves in case Nocturne runs in the lane.
Del Norte is just, they're really looking to secure kills early. They're taking the combat summoners. They're going to be looking to fight. They're going to be looking to take charge early. But it is, again, it fits into what they're going for, because once it gets to a point later, there's a far more utility from La Cueva with those summoner spells. They're going to be more dominant later in the game with those choices. So expect to see again here from Del Norte, they're going to look for early dragons. They're going to look for early kills, ganks. They want to build up enough of a lead that by the time they get to that mid and late game point, either the game's already over or they've got too much of a lead to lose.
Yeah. All right, the 3 minutes is up. Now we are into the loading screen here. Go ahead and take a look at that so everyone can see what champions are being played. Let's all look at their cool skins that they brought.
Skins get wins, we all know that.
Barbecue Leona. Gotta say, I have not seen that before. All right, we are in the game.
All right, so early we're going to have to be thinking about what's going to happen on these level 1s. What vision are they able to try and get? Where are these junglers going to be starting off? Because that could show where they're going to be focusing their pressure. Immediately it looks like both junglers moving towards the bottom side of the map. They want to start those bottom buffs. They want to work their way up to the top side and see if they can make something happen on the top side of the map early. The longest lane, while being alone, makes it quite a priority for junglers for those early ganks, able to grab that first blood.
And now in the current meta, it's very important for junglers who can easily fall behind to make those first ganks. I mean, you basically have to get one or you're going to start to fall behind unless you're a super power farmer. And compared to these two, who farms better? Is it Nocturne or is it Jax?
Nocturne has very, very strong early clear. Jax takes a little bit more to get going, but with that passive building up that attack speed over time, excels at taking down the single target buffs with Nocturne's passive. However, he is able to take down the multi-target buffs a little bit quicker. So we'll have to see. The early clear speed should go in the favor of Nocturne.
All right, we have the typical bot assistance helping with that. The leash on red buff for Nocturne. Let's see where his pathing takes him.
And this top lane could be an interesting one. With Teemo having a little bit more poke, will Vlad be able to sustain through that early itemization from the Teemo, an early Morellonomicon to cut back some of that healing? Playing AP champions into Vladimir works for that reason, is you don't have to sacrifice your itemization in order to cut back on that healing.
We can see in mid lane the power of that Xerath poke as they were putting a little bit of damage down on Diana. Looks like Diana may have engaged a little bit, but we did not.
And engage in the bot lane. Again, using that power spike, Leona hitting level 2.
Oh, it's a really good trade.
Really good trade.
For Del Norte, pushing that Brawn out.
Del Norte rushed that early level 2, that way they could catch La Cueva, not quite ready for it. Getting that second level, getting those new spells, be able to have a solid engage from range, that stun from Leona, easily able to be followed up by Misfortune. So that's going to be potions chugged down in that bottom lane. Shouldn't do too much, but it'll apply a lot of pressure early. But with that pressure comes a little bit of an extension and a flash engage from that Vladimir. Teemo not respecting the burst damage and goes down. Sticking around in the lane at too low of a health, but that's going to be flashed down and a fight from these junglers now. Nocturne just looking to get out, but with Jax and his leap strike,
yeah, he can just
might be able to get it, and a solo kill in the jungler. That's a big problem now. With that Jax having all this time to take these scuttle crabs, to take these extra camps, he's going to have a big experience lead. And to make that Nocturne flashless until level 6, that's going to be Nocturne's only gap closer, while Jax still has that leap strike. So it's going to be very difficult for the Nocturne to make ganks happen now until reaching that level 6. So expect to see a little bit less of that Nocturne going into the lanes. He's going to be looking just to power farm, get that level 6 now, as he's already fallen behind. He can't risk falling behind anymore.
Oh, and Jax looks like he's just counter jungling hard in Nocturne's top side blue jungle.
He's going to take all of those camps, setting that Nocturne even further behind. Nocturne still able to pick up this bottom side scuttle though at gank mid. No man on the Xerath. Flash will have to be burned for that one. A good gank route from that Jax though, taking that flash for free.
Does not seem like that Xerath was expecting Jax to come out of their topside jungle.
No, definitely not expecting that. Very good early game from this Jax so far. Taking big steps to combat that slow clearer speed by taking some of these duels. Again, we talked about how Nocturne not the best choice into a Jax because of that counter-strike, and looks like Teemo's going to go down again.
Another solo kill top.
Again, without any crowd control coming from Teemo, Vladimir very strong at tower diving because of that blood pool going fully untargetable from the tower.
Oh, gank. Excellent gank mid from that Nocturne.
So a good reply. The Diana greeting a little bit instead of going to get out, trying to trade 1-for-1 and get that kill back. Didn't pay off. The greed did not pay off there. Blowing the summoner, losing her life, and helping that Nocturne get a little bit more back into the game. Still has that teleport. We'll have to see if Diana uses it to hop back into that lane. With a decent CS lead though, and the wave not in the best position for her. She might want to use that to grab some of those minions.
It looks like Diana's just going to waltz on back into lane, not too worried about the CS. Missing a few CS under tower. We got a gank up top from Nocturne.
It looks like the creeps were able to catch it before it got to the tower though. Nocturne looking top against the level 6 Vladimir though. Is he going to try and turn this one around? As he hasn't backed yet, he might not have the items. He might make it out alive, but no kills.
Sustained from the Vladimir. It's just too much for a level 4 Nocturne and a level 4 under-farmed Teemo.
This is what we were talking about a little bit with that Vladimir being so snowbally. Up 35 CS to 11, up 2 kills. It's going to be really hard to take him down with that healing to the point he might be able to 2v1 easily.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Teemo blind that they have only works for the auto attacks, and Vladimir being more of a spell heavy kind of a pseudo caster champion doesn't allow Teemo a lot of options to respond in lane.
Teemo has the poke and has the range to match that Vladimir, where Vladimir typically really shines into melee champions, but the blind is not an ability that's very effective against those types of champions. And as we can see, the pick definitely not paying off too much right here. Diana going in for some poke. Again, with those changes, that Lunar Dash not being the ultimate anymore offers a lot more constant pressure throughout the lane, especially against an immobile champion like this Xerath. All skill shots, if those skill shots are getting missed, it's going to be very easy for Diana to take control of that lane.
Both of these support skins in bot lane are making me very hungry.
Quality skins. But again, like we talked about in that bottom lane, they're just farming. They're playing it safe. They're not taking any risks. They want to wait for these junglers. That way they're making calculated plays. And Jax looking for the return gank. Gets stunned immediately. And Xerath gets out of there. Again, Jax knowing that Xerath was without a flash from the previous gank. Took the same gank route. No success this time though. Now it looks like Dragon is being visited by the side of La Cueva. Nocturne's in the area though, but he is on the wrong side of the map, and this looks like it might be another solo kill on this Teemo.
One more tick, yep, and he got it.
Final tick gets it.
Now down at the bot lane with the battle over Dragon.
The Dragon goes to the Jax. Good smite there. Now let's see what happens in the ensuing fight.
Jax falls.
They've got the engage here. Some low health bars.
Ooh,
The engage lands.
Get the Kaisa kill.
The Diana is able to trade back with a kill onto that Nocturne though. Will she be able to make it out with her life? Crowd control lands. Good poke from the Xerath, and she will go down as well. A flash from the Braum to get out of that Leona ultimate. A good flash.
So a 2-for-1 response from Del Norte into the Dragon being taken by the Bears.
Yeah, the Dragon going to the side of La Cueva is going to be a big thing to note. The Dragons are so strong now in Season 10 with that first Drake being a Cloud. That's going to give 10% ult cooldown reduction just for getting that. And that's going to be really big on some of these champions. Vladimir with his ult. Kaisa with that ult offering that shield and that mobility. These are big, big things to have. And that's just one advantage that they're going to have going forward into these fights.
Yeah, that's almost the ideal dragon that you want to have on this team, it seems like. If they could have lower cooldowns on their ults with them being so powerful and being able to use in team fights.
Yeah, there's so much strength from there, and it's another solo kill is going to go for this Vlad. Tower not even keeping this Teemo safe again because of that pool going untargetable. Tower dives are easy, and we're seeing them happen over and over again. It'll be interesting to see what they're going to try and do to resolve this. I mean, this is now a 4-0 Vladimir, up 50 CS. If they don't find a way to manage this to stop the bleeding, they're going to be in a really tough time.
Okay, coming in from Jax, getting the stun off on both champions bot lane. Ooh, and
the flash is burned again, landing that stun with those gap closers available to Jax. Very strong ganker.
I didn't quite see if they were able to get the double stun off of the Jax stun into the Braum stun, but either way, I guess it didn't really matter.
Able to land that kill, burn some summoner spells, going to take that little bit of momentum, and they're going to be waiting around in this bush in the jungle here, see if they can't find a Nocturne. Nocturne being on the top side of the map, they're not going to get anything for it, but Jax is just moving around through that jungle, getting any vision, any information that he can. And Jax is here for the counter gank.
Has to burn the
It's
flash.
just going to be flashes burned, and then that's going to be the end of the fight. The ultimate used from Nocturne, though.
That early game counter jungling by Jax has not stopped Nocturne once. He's actually up 10 CS over Jax and a kill as well.
Very good routing, good pathing, understands how to make the most out of every second spent in the jungle to keep that XP lead. Again, Diana getting pretty low here at a certain point that Xerath starts to do a lot of damage and seems to have an infinite mana pool with that passive, granting mana with that Lost Chapter, going for the ultimate.
Xerath doesn't look like he was able to clinch the kill.
And then gets it.
Picked it up with the pass, with the runes.
And here we go in top lane again. That's going to be another solo kill. And this Vladimir, the smart move, going with that Mejai's Soul Stealer. Maybe Teemo's not going to be worth much gold at this point, but that's still 4 stacks to that Mejai's every time. Now Jax looking bottom after just taking summoner spells, going to get the double stun. Flashless on Misfortune. Flashless on Leona. Are they going to be able to finish it off? Yes, secured by the Braum.
Well, it's definitely happening how we predicted a little bit in Champ Select, with just these the engage from the Bears is just overwhelmingly. There's not much that they can do on Del Norte's side once they choose to engage, especially with summoner spells being down. Yeah,
knowing some of the immobile champions that they're playing, they need to place wards and they need to respect the fact that this Jax is doing work and has these gap closers. Yeah, they're really struggling dealing with that right now.
Top tower looks like it's about to go down.
At this point, there's nothing that the Teemo can do. The Teemo needs to get as much experience, but stepping up anywhere near that Vlad, even with a tower there to protect you, is going to do nothing based on how far he is ahead now. Nocturne's looking top. We'll have to see what happens here. Is this going to be another solo kill? It is. The ultimate from Nocturne going down, but 4 levels behind.
Flash burns
this
on
could
Vladimir,
be it.
But turned it around. Is he going to go in? He's contemplating. No, looks like he's just going to give it.
That Q was about to come back up, and I would have loved to see the Vladimir go for that, but with all these stacks on Mejai's, going for the safer play, got the kill, won the fight. Not any need to make an overly aggressive play and engage coming from the Braum. Again, knowing there's no summoner spells on that side, it looks like they're just going to trade some damage, but the ultimate coming out from Leona.
Oh, caught her just in the very edge of the Misfortune ult.
And that's this Leona Misfortune pairing that with Leona's crowd control, all the Misfortune needs to do is press R, and the amount of damage that's going to come out is going to be massive. Without anything to cancel that Misfortune ult, they're left with very few options there, and as we can see, a life lost for it. So this bottom lane, the source of a lot of action at this point. And it looks like we might have a little bit of a conflict coming into this bot lane. Diana's roaming down, but Nocturne has eyes on them. She's caught out. Can she land the kill?
Wow.
She will. She will secure that kill. Not a bad trade for being caught out in the enemy jungle like that.
Yeah, it looks like Del Norte is going to go and see if they can take the dragon. Now we've got
Now the Vladimir
bullying mid.
Yeah. Taking that lead to other lanes now, leaving the top lane alone.
Ooh. 1-for-1 on dragons.
Ocean Dragon coming out this time, which is going to give percent HP.
So it looks like they chose to give up Dragon to take the Rift Herald and continue just to push top.
Another kill coming out for this Vladimir, just running rampant on this team right now.
He's basically unstoppable. 8-0, 700 gold bounty.
25 stacks on the Medjais. That's going to grant bonus movement speed and a lot of ability power damage.
And look at that CS lead, 133. The next highest is 98 on Kaisa. Pretty impressive.
So La Cueva now just looking to apply this pressure that they've got. Pushing down mid. They know there's not a whole lot that the enemy team's going to be able to do when they have this Vladimir here.
Infection's going in deep on the Vladimir. Got the kill. Misfortune only able to get off a couple shots of that ult.
There's all that dive that we were talking about in Champion Select. These immobile champions aren't able to keep their spacing, so they're taking all this damage. They're going down, and Vladimir's going in again.
Definitely gonna have to reconsider their team counts for the next match.
The healing is so much, got very caught out there, but not enough damage to be able to take him down and cash in on that 700 gold bounty. Health bars are a little bit lower now. They're going to take that tower and they're going to back away. Again, no need to risk the lead that they have. Calculated plays, slow plays. Take the tower, reset, spend the gold, and come knocking on the base again. The interesting thing that we're seeing too from the side of Teemo not going for the Morellonomicon first as a heal reduction item. The lack of grievous wounds that they're able to inflict on this Vladimir is going to be a huge problem when they're trying to take him down.
Yeah, that's very true, especially in the team fight stage, and they have the ability to potentially get him low enough if he's just able to lifesteal all that back. Just not a whole lot you can do.
The fact that no one from Del Norte has picked up that any heal reduction item yet is it's very problematic. They're going to have to reevaluate going into the next game. I'm expecting a Vlad ban, but if they're not changing these item builds to what's going on, it's going to be a very difficult time for them. Jack's looking bottom lane again. Trying to flash in to land that stun, not going to land. Misfortune ultimate coming out, getting health bars so low. But they might not be able to capitalize on this. The Xerath going for those ultimates, but Diana is here.
Oh, no. Surprise.
A lack of mobility might be the death of him here.
Yeah. So this was something that I wanted to speak to earlier, is I've been continually impressed just looking at the mini-map, at the number of wards and the amount of vision that the Bears have. It's very impressed. Look at they have almost the entire, both sides of blue side jungle warded. That's how Diana was able to get that kill off on Xerath.
They're prioritizing after all of these kills, not just objectives like towers and dragons, but getting vision in the enemy jungle. It's there's no gold value on it, but the information that you're able to get is worth so much, especially when you're playing a team like this where you have a Jax, a Diana, and a Kaisa that are almost assassins. You know, Jax being the only one not truly an assassin. But they all have these gap closers. They all can single out and kill these immobile targets coming from the side of Del Norte.
We got that Vlad mid, just continuing to push those towers and get more and more damage taken away, trying to open it up so they can grab an inhib.
After going back and chopping with that Rabadon's death cap now, will be dealing so much damage. Not a single thing that can be done to stop that Vladimir from tower diving. Nocturne's going to go in here, but Nocturne's going to lose his life for it.
Amazing damage.
One more Q and done.
Very impressive.
Now we see the bot lane from the side of Del Norte recalling to try and stop this, but there's not much they can do at this point. This is going to be an inhibitor taken at 18 minutes into the game.
Doesn't even phase Vladimir.
Not enough damage coming out to be worth moving away from. That inhibitor is going to go down. Vladimir might be going, yeah, that half of Misfortune's health bar, 5 levels ahead.
Wow.
Leona lands, but that's not an engage you want to take. Flash used, though.
Just gotta preserve that. That 700 gold bounty. Doesn't want to give that up.
Again, the healing is so significant here. Vladimir able to tower dive with ease.
We got Jax also pushing that top lane tower.
Teemo Shrooms putting a little bit of threat onto the side of La Cueva, though. Those health bars are so low. Again, they don't want to get greedy. They don't want to overstay their welcome, as there's a lot of gold that can be given up with a death. Looks like they're just going to take this next inhibitor. Diana might go down for it here, though. That's slow, making it unable for Diana to escape. Easily locked down, and again, they cashed in on a bounty that was available for greeting. That's another thing we talked about. You know, with an 11k gold lead, it might be too far to come back from, but giving up those bounties are going to be what helps them get back into the game.
It looks like Misfortune picked up a...
the Executioner's calling. Yeah, yes, some heal reduction starting to come out now.
We'll see if they can stall this game out a little bit more, and well, I was going to say pick up some objectives around the map, but
at this point, La Cueva's pushed them in so far that objectives are theirs. The only thing in going in Del Norte's favor is with these super minions knocking on the door, is they're going to have an easier time picking up this farm, but I don't think it's going to be a problem for La Cueva just engaging and stopping that from happening. This is 5 versus Vladimir. What he's going to be able to do here. Zanya's used, hoping for his team to come in, and he's gone down.
Oh no, shutdown gold going to Leona.
So that's 1,000 gold for that kill, all going to the Leona, though. That would have been great on really any of the other champions, but it is better to get that kill than it is to let it get away. Even if it's going on to that Leona is going to be able to get some better tank items, some more mobility, some more cooldown reduction, which could ultimately be very helpful, but you love to see that on a damage dealer, especially someone like this Xerath, who's going to be putting out most of the damage for them. Interesting thing to note, though, that Vladimir was so far ahead, still with that 700 gold bounty. So another kill on this Vladimir will reward them another 1,000 gold. We'll have to see what they're able to do here now, as La Cueva isn't going to be able to do too much until that Vlad is up again. They're going to be looking to just picking up some farm, getting any vision back that they can, and then La Cueva is going to come knocking on the door again with that Vladimir, trying to take some objectives down. The Fear able to land, and that'll be another kill picked up, this time going to Nocturne. That's going to be big. So much of the gold from La Cueva's lead is on this Vladimir. They're able to pick up some champions playing a little bit greedy in the side lanes. That Kaisa standing alone is not too strong. If they're able to get these flanks, have some ganks, land some kills, they might be able to slowly claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, at this point they just have to turtle in base and hope for the best.
Play around that Vladimir. And that's going to be a Misfortune stepping up a little bit too much. Might go down here. A lot of crowd control landing onto that Vladimir, though. Vlad's so low. They're going to get that kill. Again, another 1,000 gold, this time given to Timo, which is now going to help that Timo get a little bit more back into the game. And if we're looking at Vladimir again, in the graveyard, but a 700 gold bounty still on that Vladimir. So if they're able to keep catching this Vladimir out, playing a little bit greedy, a little bit arrogant, they're going to be able to keep cashing in on that gold difference. It was 11,000 gold, it's now down to 8,000 gold is the difference. So they're clawing their way back. All hope is not lost.
At this point in the game, you'd think the Bears would be looking to take a Baron and just put the final nail in the coffin here for Del Norte while they're turtled up in base. They can't really leave too far with one inhibitor down and those super minions pushing into their base.
And with the Jax hovering there, I think they're thinking about it now, but you know, with that Vlad having died twice now, giving up that gold, they maybe thought they could just brute force their way in and take the game, and now they're saying, okay, let's take a step back, let's secure a couple more objectives, let's take the easy but slow approach. But it looks like they're not even going towards it now. It looks like they're just going to be pushing down on the space again. Diana going in, but going into multiple people. Fear isn't going to land. That's going to be some low health bars.
Oh, Misfortune in from the side, though, picking up that kill on the Diana.
But Misfortune might go down here. Oh, Kaisa flashing into the Leona ult. Are they going to be able to secure that, though? Here comes Vladimir. Gets stunned up, might not have the movement speed, but here comes Jax to finish it off.
Yeah, with that Misfortune down, it doesn't seem she's probably the only one that's able to get out enough damage or any way to
a 3 for 3, but with that Vladimir being one of the champions left, they might not be able to stop them. We'll have to see there. It looks like they're just pulling minions away.
Yeah, unfortunately not much Leona can do there. Burning the stopwatch.
And that kill will be secured by Vladimir again. Now it's Timo versus the support and the top laner from the side of La Cueva. A teleport coming in. 5 seconds on the Nocturne, 8 seconds on the Xerath. They might be able to hold this one off. Again, these Timo Shrooms in the base are doing a lot of work at clearing out the minions. The Brom's going to go down here. Timo Shrooms coming in handy. That Leandri's Torment first buy has percent max health burn on it, so it's not going to matter how much AP he has. Those are always still going to be hurting. With pool used, there might be an opportunity to go in on this Vladimir here. Health bar low and a shutdown. Another 1,000 gold going to the Misfortune. These Vladimir bounties have been evenly spread out amongst the side of Del Norte. The gold lead is getting smaller and smaller. The gold lead is down to 7,000 now.
And Bears are taking the next dragon, a Mountain Drake. It's the second one that they've got. Third dragon overall.
Mountain Drake's now giving 8% armor and MR, so that's going to be really big at helping keep them alive, especially with this Vladimir. With so much health from all of this healing, getting percent armor and MR will make this Vladimir so much tankier, so much harder to take down. An engage from Nocturne, getting stunned up. Immediately taken down, but these are low health bars. Can the Misfortune follow it up?
Got the Xerath ult also coming in. Oh.
And double kill for that Misfortune.
The Bears need to, I think they should just team up and try to push together. This going in onesie twosies. Yeah, they may be able to get a couple of kills or a tower or something, but at the end of it, they're just giving up lots of bounties and lots of gold for no reason.
They really are. They haven't been looking at this Baron. They haven't even hovered it, considered it. They're keeping, a ward or two on it, but this should have been something that was considered 10 minutes ago. When they started knocking on that inhibitor door, they need to set up that Baron. They need to be ready for it. It's not going to be spawning until later, but they need to know that as soon as they get that first inhibitor, that's the thing that they should be going and looking for. To combine the Baron buff with the super powered minions from taking that inhibitor, to just slowly force their way in. Because right now, their brute force just following Vladimir is not working. They're able to get kills, but they're giving up so much gold for it.
If they were pushing here as a 5, with that 1 kill down on Nocturne, Xerath having to go back to Fountain, they could easily take both of these towers and finish out the game.
Towers dropping, though. They might be able to do it here.
Timo just hovering in the back, too scared to come in close to the Vladimir.
The engage is on. Misfortune's there. Pool used early. But that's Misfortune taken down. That's going to be the big damage, the big heal reduction. I think this might be it for the side of Del Norte.
Looks like we might get a Fountain Dive. There it is. Pulls out.
And that'll close it out.
All right, victory for the Bears.
They will go up in this best of 3 series, 1-0.
Okay, we are going to go ahead and get the next game set up here. We will be right back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. We have the game set up and we are ready to jump right into Champion Select. So let's take a look at what's going on over there.
So the big things that we need to talk about are what we just saw here. This Vladimir being taken out of play. They don't want to deal with that snowball of a champion again. They don't want to basically be 1v5'd by that Vlad. They're probably going to be looking to have more replies to that kind of playstyle. The champions that they picked, that big dive that was just not working for them. They're going to take off a lot of the strong champions that they were using last time. They might change their strategy a little bit. They might be grabbing a little bit more mobility. But game one, they need to have a short memory. They need to forget about that. They need to really come up with something to reply, because it was a very short, very one-sided game one. La Cueva taking it, I don't want to say easily, but they took it with a lot of command.
They definitely
were controlling the pace of play. They were setting the tone. They were getting their ganks off. They were getting solo kills. Their mid game, or I guess the mid game for that one, their grouping wasn't the strongest. Their team play wasn't the best, but they were to build up these early leads and use them to close out that game.
Yeah, agreed. So we did have a side switch. We now have La Cueva on blue side, and they get first pick and first ban in this, with Del Norte being on red side. And it looks again like Del Norte is looking to start banning out some top champions, with the exception of this Hecarim, who's typically played in the jungle.
Again, they're taking away the picks from that top laner that did such a great job of carrying them this last time. Vlad obviously being the first one, but going for another couple really hard carrying champions. Riven having so much mobility, so much kill pressure, is something that they could see him doing similar damage with. So they want to take that off the board. And the first champion they grab up, that Nautilus, could be played in a variety of positions, but again, a lot of hard CC. It was something that was banned in game one against them that they're going to take this time. And the Jax is immediately picked up.
Jax was had a strong showing in the last game, and they definitely want to make sure that the Bears don't take that again as another jungle champion. They want to have the ability to engage and have those stuns and everything else as it was used effectively against them in the last game.
Yeah, so if they can't ban it, pick it, take it away from them. Say, we're going to take your champions. What else do you have? If they're one-trick ponies, it's not going to get them very far here. As they were looking very comfortable with that Jax, using it quite effectively. So it's something that they don't want. And they're taking we got a Lucian picked here, a Lee Sin as reply.
Lee Sin, another strong commanding jungler, one of the strongest ones I think right now in the current meta.
They're really going to be looking to apply pressure with that.
So they also have the heavy engage from Nautilus as the support, most likely in bot lane, very similar to the Leona in the last game. Just anything that can either stun or displace the opponents is really strong right now.
Especially against some of these champions, a Jax with engage, a Lucian that can be very slippery, hard to track down. They're also locking in that Akali, an assassin, to get a little bit of that backline access. Again, they're picking some similar things as they were the first game. They want engage. They want to get to that backline. So we'll have to see what Del Norte pulls out to reply to that. Locking in that Ornn, that'll be their top lane pick.
Yeah, definitely in the last game, I think they suffered a little bit from not having a really strong front line. You had the Nocturne that built mostly assassin items, so once they got in there, we could see, 1v1 couldn't even come close to standing up against that top lane Vladimir. So now they're going to go with the Ornn, somebody that can take a lot of damage and deal out some damage as well, and they're just going to try to be a little more tanky this time around.
The next set of bans coming through, Misfortune band, again, a champion that they had some success on, that they're taking it away. They don't want to deal with it again. They say, okay, we saw what you could do on Misfortune. Let's see what you can do on a lower priority pick. Blitzcrank banned away, again, taking away some of these champions that can really apply a lot of pressure, give someone a tough time. They don't want that Blitzcrank. They got their hook with the Nautilus. They don't want to give them a hook in reply. Silas banned, another strong pick. Again, with that Akali on the board, you'd think that Silas wouldn't be something they'd be considering, but Silas can flex. Silas can play anywhere. He can be played top lane, jungle, can be played mid lane. They've got their jungler and their mid locked in, but it's still something that they don't want to deal with, so they're going to take it off the board, especially with them having ultimates like Ornn ultimate, which if Silas is going to take, is going to be really, really effective at countering some of their engage or creating engages of their own. And the Senna band as well. Again, a strong AD carry that they taking off the board. It offers so much utility with that global ultimate, shielding and dealing damage, something they don't want to have to deal with. So a Lux picked up from the side of Del Norte.
I wonder if they're looking to play that in mid lane or most likely support, as she's a really, really strong support.
Could go either. And Set is picked up from the side of La Cueva, one of the more recent champions, very strong bruiser, a lot of damage potential, a lot of kill potential, but very low range.
Right.
So what are they going to be able to do with that in the laning phase?
I'm very excited to see the Set play.
And then Kaisa locked in again. Saw it last game. We'll see it again this game. An all-around good pick. And the final pick coming out from the side of Del Norte. What will it be? That's going to be the Braum, which means it's Lux mid, Braum and Lucian bottom lane, which is a very strong combo again with Lucian's passive, allowing him to proc the Braum passive of a stun on 4 hits very, very quickly, which is going to give them a lot of kill pressure in this lane. Going against a Kaisa Nautilus, Nautilus has a lot of disengage and a lot of peel, but if they catch out that Kaisa, not a lot of non-aggressive mobility like we talked about in the last game. Kaisa is very mobile when wanting to go in, but not nearly as much trying to get out of the fight.
Yeah, gotta say I like this team comp a lot more from Del Norte. They've got a much more tanky team. They've got a little bit more utility with that Lux, having the ability to poke and also having the additional shield, so they can just kind of, if they can get that Lucian farmed and just try to protect the carry, they might be able to, put up a little bit better of a showing this next time around.
Yeah, Del Norte, a much better draft here, I'm going to say, with the Jax, the Ornn, the Braum. They've got such a strong front line while having so much damage available as well. Lucian and Lux, huge damage from solid rage, can really effectively play around champions that are caught out. But Jax is going to be dealing a lot of damage as well, and so is Ornn. They've got a strong team fighting composition where from the side of La Cueva, is a little bit more scattered. They've got some good engage. They've got 2 assassins. Lee Sin can even be played like assassin, and Set. They've got some really strong engage as well. We'll have to see how they're able to play around this really strong draft from Del Norte.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting game. So another small change that happened in addition to switching sides is we had both teams sub out a couple of members, which is totally fine. This is mostly just a game for fun, so we're not taking it too super serious here. I'm just looking for some good, exciting games. As I mentioned before, I'm really excited to see this Set being played. I've dabbled with him a little bit, and it's a really, really fun champion, exciting, really fun to play. You just punch things. As I'm playing, I just yell, punch, punch, punch.
A lot of outplay potential. A lot of outplay potential. And the fun thing with these subs, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. It's going to be fresh players that weren't just playing. They don't know the opponents. They're not warmed up, but it's going to relieve some tilt. They're going to be fresh faces. So we'll have to see how these subs that got put in step up to the challenge and how they're able to play now in their first game.
So Set versus Ornn. What are the difficulties that one or the other might have against the other champion? Because that is a matchup I have yet to witness, and I'm curious what your thoughts are.
So Set has some true damage in his kit. He's full melee, and Ornn does a really good job as punishing melee. He's got the knock-up, some % health damage, a lot of crowd control. So when you have to stay so close to Ornn, you're going to be taking a lot of that damage. Set, with that true damage, though, is going to be able to chip through some of that Ornn armor. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I'd like to say that the kill pressure favors Set. With some of his crowd control, he's going to be able to put out a lot of damage, but I feel like the big thing that's going to be a factor is how the junglers are going to impact this, as both champions are very short-ranged. It means that if the lane is not in an optimal position, if it's pushed up, or if it's under their tower, in order to farm, you're going to have to extend very, very far. So if your warding game isn't on point, especially with 2 junglers that have the ability to jump walls, ward hops, leaps, there's the potential for some creative gank routes and some champions really getting caught out of position if they're not careful with how they're managing the waves, and managing and communicating with their team on where their vision is, where was the jungler last seen, kind of predicting where that jungler is going to be, because if they don't know where he is, they need to be assuming that he's at their lane.
And that Set is a really good pick because he was selected second to last. And at this point, they had already selected, Del Norte had already selected Ornn and Jax, 2 champions that could potentially get really tanky and have lots of health. And with his ultimate, where it does damage based on the amount of health that the opponent has, could be, you know, pretty big. You just grab one, slam him into Lucian, and then team fight's almost over at that point.
It will be really interesting to see what happens there. Again, this set can cause so much mayhem when he gets into the backline. That ultimate being somewhat like a Vi ultimate. You grab, you knock them up, but it knocks them back as well. So it can be a very effective engage used on a frontliner to get backline, on a backline to crowd control them. There's so many ways it can be used, and as this champion is still somewhat recent, we're going to be seeing a lot of this potential now, as there's so many tricks and styles that aren't too common yet.
All right, teams have loaded into the Rift.
Yeah, so I'm expecting that we'll see a similar start to last game. Both junglers are going to want to start on the bottom side of the map. They're going to be looking towards the top side for these early ganks because, like I was saying, these are two very short-range top laners. So if one of them's got an early push-off, they're going to be extended pretty far. It'll be interesting to see what is able to happen here. We saw the Jax in last game from the side of La Cueva. It's on Del Norte now, so we're seeing the Lee Sin come out. How is the Lee Sin going to do against the champion that he played last time? There's a little bit more early game pressure from Lee Sin, but as we saw with the Jax can do it as well. It's all about choosing those lanes to gank, choosing the scenarios where you want to try and make those ganks happen, and kind of predicting what the enemy's going to be doing a little bit.
All right.
So not a whole lot of vision coming out. Everyone's favoring this bottom side as opposed to the line of scrimmage that you sometimes see to really cover all the entrances and exits from the jungle.
Yeah, that's true. We have four players for each team, bottom side, spamming some emotes, just killing some time until jungle minions spawn.
Both teams playing that safer route.
So similar to last game, we have the Jax on top side starting blue.
So we're going to see them both move towards that top lane. Again, either an invasion coming out like we saw for that first blood last time, or maybe some ganks from the top lane.
Some very satisfying last hitting going on top lane with the hammer from Ornn and the fists from Set.
Now we see that ability used from Set a little bit early. That's the one that builds up damage based on how much damage he has taken. That's the resource that you're seeing from Set there. Grit, I believe it's called. The higher the grit, the more damage gets done on that ability. So it's typically one you want to see at the end of trades.
Yeah, and that gets converted into a shield too, as you can see right there. A temporary shield.
So a lot of trade potential from that is it's a great reply to taking some damage. A lot of fighting in this top lane, though. We'll have to see what happens, as this could be first blood.
It's anyone's game at this point. Let's leave it there.
Health bar is so low. They've got to be saying where the jungler is going to be coming from now. With flashes burned, really could go either way. Or that's only a flash from Ornn. Set still holding on to that flash. Yep, Didn't want to use it to try and take that kill. Said, I'm going to save it for the right moment, because the junglers could have been there. And we see Lee Sin bot. Flash used, but that is going to be still in the range of that Lee Sin, able to pick up that first blood. Again, seeing the effectiveness of this strong early game jungler, but going bot side instead of leaning towards top, where we're seeing the Jax, but Jax not able to do anything here. A lot of trading as that Jax goes to leave. Counter jungling now, that Jax is on Lee's blue buff. Knowing Lee went bot, that means a little bit of free reign over that top side jungle.
It'll be worth it if they're able to effectively counter jungle here and secure all of the minion camps or the monster camps up there in exchange for not being able to get that kill up top.
Because Lee Sin spending a lot of time lurking around this mid lane. There's a balance between waiting for the perfect moment to go for a gank and wasting too much time, and we see the fight's happening here. Flash used, and Lux will get away with her life, but the counter gank is here. Lee Sin's there. Jax is there. Doesn't look like there's going to be a fight coming out of it. But decent vision on the top side coming from the side of Del Norte. And Lee Sin, not a whole lot to do with those buffs being taken. Looking for a bit of an invasion now. Could have a little bit of action happening here. Flash stun goes off. Set with the shield. But the red buff coming from Jax means that he's going to be able to stick with Set. This should be a kill. Yep. Both flashes used, but that Jax is now in a little bit deep. How's he going to be able to get out of here?
We got
Stun landing on
support
2.
coming in from Lux. Ooh.
But now Lux might be a little bit caught out.
Unfortunately, that shield from Lux just slightly out of range of that Jax. And maybe able to
Double kill for Akali. That's going to be very scary going into this flashless Lux now. As soon as that Akali hits level 6, there's going to be a lot of mobility, a lot of kill pressure if this Lux steps up a little bit far, especially with the Lee Sin as well. So many gap closers there. It's going to be a similar problem like we saw last time with immobile champions against so much dive. A lot of trades still happening in top lane. Almost even in CS, 22 to 24. And Engage failed for the Ornn there. That might have got him a little bit further ahead than he wanted to be, but he'll get out of there fine. Boots coming out by neither so far, so very immobile. That's a lot of damage, and that'll be the solo kill.
That shield on set is just very impressive. It really turns the tides of almost any engagement if you can build up enough grit beforehand.
Combined with the fact that that's going to be dealing true damage, it's so effective against these tanks. Doesn't matter how much armor you build, that's going to be dealing big damage. And that's what we're seeing here, is it's every time a trade goes in the favor of Ornn, we see at the end of the fight Set using that ability. See, there it is, able to chunk on the back half of that fight, even it up, and with level 6, might be able to land the kill here. It's going to depend on the cooldowns.
Unfortunately, if Ornn was just level 6, he might be able to turn that around, but not going to happen.
Nope. So we'll have to see what happens now. Jungler's nowhere near the top lane, but like we were saying, this top lane, a lot of fight. A lot of fighting happening here. One more auto, but the shield used. We're not going to see what ends up happening in that top lane. And there we saw that Lucian synergizing so well with Braum, lock down that Nautilus and secure that kill. So what are they going to be able to do now here? Some recalls coming through, canceled, maybe looking at the dragon. Doesn't look like they're going to grab anything from it. They're just going to recall, spend some of that gold, and come back a little bit stronger. Jax not wanting to risk that invade there. Had the level advantage, but didn't want to jump in.
That first dragon looks like it's going to be Ocean Drake, I think. That's what it looks like. Yep.
That's going to be an Ocean Drake. So again, percent health regen per 5 seconds, which is so good in the early game. As it's just going to help you handle this poke, especially in this top lane where there's so much trading happening. It's percent HP, so as that Ornn's getting bigger and as he's spent so much time low health, that could turn the tides of this lane. They should really be prioritizing this dragon. You'd like to see it after getting a kill on that Nautilus like they just did in that bot lane, getting the dragon and then recalling, because with that Nautilus being a CC bot, they have so much strength when he is dead.
It looks like Bears are going to take advantage of the fact that bot lane both recalled.
They shove the minions into tower, see that the bot lane isn't there, so knowing that they recalled, they know that they've got a safe window where they can take down this dragon, burn it down super quick, and that's going to be first dragon Ocean Drake to the side of La Cueva.
No vision anywhere near Dragon Pit from Rio Del Norte.
We're seeing fights in mid and top lane right now, but backup is there in the mid lane. Again, so much fighting happening in this top lane. But what we're seeing now is with that Ocean, it's going to be really easy for this Set to heal back up to full health, whereas not so much for the Ornn. Not respecting the hook, gets caught out. The exhaust is on.
Get it.
Jax
re-engaging back
jumping onto that Akali. That leap strike's going to come up shortly. Might be able to, and the Nautilus landing the hook might have just saved Akali.
Great play by Nautilus. Ooh, lots of missed skill shots.
Lots of fog of war at this point. It's tough to land those blinds sometimes. Very close fight. Akali almost going down, but Nautilus being the hero, landing these hooks consistently.
Oh, great escape by Ornn.
Very good disengage from Ornn there to dodge all of that damage that Set's bringing to these fights. And Set is rotating earlier down onto this invasion, but Braum and Lux are shortly behind. We could have a little bit of a jungle fight here. Shield lands, crowd control lands. That's a lot of crowd control on Set. Be able to burst down before he's able to pop that shield.
There was a great rotation by Del Norte with that, making it a 4v3.
And they're able to take control of La Cueva's jungle here and possibly looking for more. They're trying to dive this.
Looks like they're going to go for the tower dive. Who's going to get the kill?
Very effective dive there.
going on to that Ornn. That's pretty ideal champion. They would like to have that go on.
So now what they're going to do with this, 2 dead, they're just looking to recall again. When Rift Herald's up, they had some options there that they could have taken to maybe get a little bit bigger of a lead, but they're getting these kills, so they're satisfied with the gains that they're making. They're going to recall, spend their gold, come out on the map a little bit stronger again. They're taking it slow. There's nothing wrong with that, when that's maybe something that wasn't being done so well last game, as we saw from the side of La Cueva, where a little bit of a lack of coordination extended that game a little bit longer than it needed to be.
Yeah, it looks like Del Norte's taking a bit of a page out of La Cueva's book, and they've got some pretty decent ward coverage. They've got, it looks to be 3 wards warding various parts of River. That might have helped them choose whether or not to go in on those engaged last time, not being able to, or having more vision than the Bears and seeing where their teammates were.
It just tells so much, and if you know that you've got the man advantage coming because you can see, 10 or 15 seconds into the enemy team's jungle, you're going to be able to know who's coming, how long until they're there. The flash engage, a lot of crowd control landing on Set. Stun landing. Will he get that shield off? He will. And he is going to go down. A close one though, like we were talking about, that Set has some outplay potential. That shield with the true damage deals so much damage while protecting him that if it's used in the right time, like you saw there, he was almost able to turn that into a return kill.
Yeah, and it's a 1-3-0 Set, and he's only up by, at this point, 9 CS. During that fight, he was only up by maybe 10 CS. Incredibly strong champion, able to 2v1 those and almost getting a kill.
Now we're able to see the Lee Sin here, bullying a little bit, even though down in levels.
TP coming in from...
This could be bad. Set's here, and it's just going to be a flash out. Nothing's going to come from that one after that kill on the Jax. A good teleport from Set, though, to turn the tides of that fight.
Yeah, it was excellent communication on the part of Bears.
Plate going down for Set. A little bit of a gold there as the minion difference is, it's building up a little bit in some of these lanes now. We've started to see Set pull ahead a little bit. Could be partly because of that Ocean Dragon really helping to keep the health bar high. Middle lane, that Akali with a decent CS lead over this Lux, almost 50. But again, receiving those 2 kills and Flux being flashless, needed to respect that and take a step back. A big CS difference in the bottom lane too, 100 from Kaisa down to 68 on Lucian. They're starting to build up these gold leads, and it's reflecting, even though the scoreline is 5-5, we've got a 2k gold lead in the side of La Cueva.
And you can really see that starting to come out in terms of items. You have a BF sword already on Kaisa. Almost the Hextech Gunblade completed by Akali.
Every time they're recalling and they're taking this gold lead and they're putting it into items, as soon as they start to finish these first items, you're going to see huge differences in power. And you're seeing that a little bit from the Lee Sin finishing that warrior enchantment on the jungle item. That's a power spike. As soon as this Akali finishes that Hextech Gunblade, that's going to be huge. That active ability being a slow and being some damage really helps Akali to do what we're seeing right now. Really difficult to trade back with.
Big fight on Dragon.
Fight around the Dragon. Who's going to get it? Lee Sin able to grab up that Dragon. And the sign there, Cloud Winds Quicken, meaning that we're going to have a Wind Drake Soul this game. That's going to be ultimate cooldown. That Soul is going to mean we see these wind tunnels kind of around the blue buff here. There's going to be increased movement speed in those areas. So a big fight for La Cueva there, able to pick up 2 kills, extend their gold lead, get another dragon. That last dragon was a mountain, which is going to be that 8% armor and MR again.
And that's going to be huge on some of these, like especially Set up here.
Yes, Set's going to be very hard to kill at this point. That shield combined with the armor and MR means he's going to be very difficult to take down. Horn called. He's looking for the all-in right here. A lot of damage coming out. Big things happening in the bottom lane as well. Jax going in, taking down that Kaisa. Ornn just needs a little bit more to take down that Set, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. So he's just going to farm up, take that lead. hopefully even up the gold lead a little bit. He should know that Set's recalling. Maybe grab another wave, but he's just going to say, I don't want to risk staying in lane again. I don't want to overextend. He's going to recall. And again, Akali being so abusive here. Really flexing those muscles. With the Hextech finished now, there's going to be a lot of kill pressure there. We see the Lux flashless again. This is going to be when Akali is going to have that opportunity to land a solo kill.
This is quite a significant difference from the last game. At 15 minutes in the last game, we were already having lots of roaming. We had 2 towers down, I believe, top lane from that Vladimir on the side of the Luqueva Bears.
Much more even of a game at this point.
Still pretty deep into laning phase.
And so much trading coming from this top lane.
Set and Ornn.
Tank fights. Is Lee Sin going to make it out of this one?
Ooh, looks
In
like
comes Akali.
escape. 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
But can Akali keep going here? Stunned up. Jack's clearly wanting this fight though. Oh, and the flash away. Oh, and the flash in reply. Going for the tower dive. And is going to make it out. Well played there to lock down those kills again. We see the strength coming out of this Akali and that mobility. Able to chase down and lock down these kills. About to see another fight looking like it's coming out in top lane.
See if one can turn it around with that shield. Uses the ult.
Knockup lands.
Anybody's. Wow.
Oh, and he gets it.
Very, very close fight.
Yes, down to 1 auto either way. But being as far ahead as Ornn is right now, you know, it's surprising that you see these fights coming so close. The big thing with that is being some of that true damage, but the attack speed slow coming from the Frozen Heart on the side of Ornn means that Set is going to be attacking slower, which over a long extended fight like most of these fights are, that's going to be a lot of autos missed.
And he's a very auto attack heavy champion too, so that's
Very
that
auto attack heavy.
translates into massive amounts of damage
Lee
lost.
Sin hovering here, going to try and grab that red buff.
Akali rotated top.
Greedy from the side of Ornn there. Should not have been sticking around with that low of health against a 3-0, now 4-0 Akali. That's just disrespectful. Stun lands. Flash is used, and that's the ult from Braum coming out. We'll have to see what ends up happening in that fight bottom, but Lux is going to go down here.
So we got a teleport
coming in. They could be able to turn this fight around because here comes Set.
Ooh, not able to
Stun
get the
lands
stun
on
off.
2. The hook lands, and that'll be easily cleaned up. A good teleport from Set there. They might not have been able to make it out, but with Set coming down, definitely secures those kills. 3 for 0. And this game's starting to pull away a little bit in the side of Luqueva.
A lot of crowd control again coming in between the hooks displacing them from the Nautilus and his passive stunning them into the potential, well, the displacement of the Set grab and then the potential stun if he's able to bonk their heads together.
And we're seeing it. Now a 6k gold lead. A lot of strength on this Akali and this Lee Sin.
Looking to take the second tower of the game. First tower going down top lane just before that last fight.
And a rift grabbed here, or at least being contested. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. Akali is close by. Stun misses. That would have been pretty big if it landed there. Again, neither team really wanting to pull the trigger here. A good kick used to knock away the Jax. Kill secured. Very well played from that Lee Sin. With Jax gone, how do they continue this fight now?
Third Drake taken by Luqueva.
They were able to grab up that Windrake while still winning that fight. That was huge for them. That Lee Sin played that last fight so well, ulting away Jax when he went in to land that stun, and then re-engaging.
2 ultimates burn on this engaged bot. Nautilus trying to lock down that Lucian.
Again, no tower there to protect them. They're going to be able to keep chasing this.
Lots happening both mid and bot. Flash burned by Set.
And they're not going to be able to do it. That Braum shield able to save him from that that last little bit of damage that might have been able to finish it off. But what are they going to be able to do with this map freedom that they have now?
It was a great disengage on Del Norte's side.
And the 3 from the bot lane there. Moving towards the blue buff. Now Jax is a little bit under level compared to the Lee Sin here, but he's not scared to take that fight. Jax sees that he's moving towards that Lux that was coming down. Doesn't want to take that fight, and now very caught out.
5-on-1, not a whole lot that can be done there.
Found everyone from the La Cueva team, and that's a little bit of punishment for pushing up that far without your team there to support you. You know some of your teammates just got killed, just got sent back to base. For you to be up that far, you know that you're not going to have any backup. La Cueva able to capitalize on some poor positioning there. Jax respawning just now.
A lot of the activity seems to be focused on bot side, even currently now with the Drake down. Most of the wards were in both bottom side river and bottom side blue jungle.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what are going to be the win conditions from La Cueva here. They're playing it slow. They're not doing anything they're not comfortable with. They're leaving this top lane alone a little bit, letting the tanks fight. They're focusing on these skirmishes, these mid and jungle skirmishes, but they're not really hopping on the objectives to grab them. And a failed dive, a successful dive there. It's going to end up trading 1 for 1. That turret shot should not enough. Will Akali be able to make it out of this one with that big bounty? Jax is coming though.
Being chased down
having the speed buff there. Might be able to use... it's going to go down. That's a big bounty over to the side of Ornn. Lucian coming in on the backside. We see so many abilities being used here. Lee Sin with the re-engage, landing that Q. Del Norte is a little bit split up now. They've got the slows, but are they going to be able to continue this fight? Nautilus a little bit caught out, facing the Jax and the Braum is probably going to go down here. Lee Sin able to pick up that Lucian. Jax should be able to pick up
very tanky
Nautilus here.
Able to survive both.
Able to use the hook, but Jax is going to have Leap Strike again. Here comes the stun, and that should be no more Nautilus. But here's Lee Sin, ready to keep this fight going. They've got the tower to protect him, so it doesn't look like anything's going to happen here.
It's like it's just in response to
a very skirmishy fight. They're going to try and muscle down this tower, but that fight was so extended that the Lux was able to make it back, respawn and make it back there. So they're going to take that tower, they're going to back off. Or are they? Sticking around a little bit. Again, even with this Lux being 0-5, you need to respect that burst that's going to come out from a full combo.
Mm-hmm. They're able to lock down any one of their carries, it's highly likely they might be able to get bursted down very quickly.
And that's going to be the trick for them, is bursting before they're able to react. And here it is. That nuke down, Lee Sin is down, that's going to be a shutdown. Set's going to go down as well. The knockup lands on Akali. They're going to keep pushing this. They're going to keep running them down, seeing what they can get here. Heal used for the movement speed.
Ooh, stun missed by Braum. Or slow, rather.
Ooh, a face check around that corner. The knockup lands. Lucian's low. They're going to be landing a lot of their damage onto this Nautilus. Very tanky. Looking for the dive here.
That Ornn taking a lot of damage.
This tower is going to be doing so much damage to them. Akali is here and says, you disrespect us like that, you're going to pay for it. Triple kill for Akali. Again, a huge comeback. It's so early in the game still. These death timers aren't that long.
It was a bit of greed on the side of Del Norte. They should have taken the win and gone home, maybe looked for some objectives. We now have, looks like Cloud Drake that is up.
They really just extended too far there. They should have known that they don't really have the ability to chase down those champions. So look at Baron. Look at getting some vision, taking over that side of the jungle. Because a one-team fight turned into a really big loss because they all greeted. They stuck around and chased a little bit too long there.
So with that 4th dragon being taken, the Bears have claimed the
Dragon Soul.
Cloud Soul.
So what the effect of that soul is going to be is ultimate casting is going to give them 40% additional movement speed for 3 seconds. So that's going to be really big on helping them engage, especially on a champion like Kaisa, whose ultimate already gets her in the backline. To now have that additional movement speed, it's going to make it a lot easier for her to kite. It's going to be really good on a Kali who's going to ult to get into that backline. There's going to be a lot of great situations where that additional movement speed is really going to help them. On top of the fact that 2 Cloud Drakes alone means 20% cooldown reduction on the ultimates.
It's really going to help with their re-engage potential. If by some chance Del Norte is able to disengage, we've seen him do a few times in the past and try to run out somewhere with that movement speed buff after everybody's burned ultimates. They're just going to be able to run him down anywhere on the map.
They're going to have these ultimates up more frequently. The Lee Sin kick, the set ultimate, some good lockdown, some good engage to land some picks, turn that into objectives, maybe turn it into a Baron this time, and close out this game. Gold lead sitting at about 9,000 right now. And Set about to knock on this top tower. Not going to go. Lee Sin able to ward hop and get out of there quickly. Taking away a little bit of that vision in their jungle now.
That's very important for them to go through and sweep these wards out, so denying vision is really important. They should also be going back through and rewarding themselves, since they do have bears constantly on their side of the map.
It's now time that they're starting to look towards this Baron. They want to regain that vision on the top side of the map. That way they can contest this Baron if the situation comes up when La Cueva's pushing for it. If you don't have any vision in your topside jungle, they can just bunker down in a bush, they can wait for you to face check, and they can just secure those easy kills. Because it's the impossible decision. Do you face check or do you let them take Baron for free? There's no winning it.
Kind of engage on the Kaisa bottom from the
Trying to kite this one out, able to land the kill, using that stealth. Double kill for Kaisa, turning that around from nearly 0 HP. Really strong display of mechanics there with the kiting. That Set going in against this Ornn. Ornn flashing. Might be too late though. Now they're going to go for the tower dive. Secured. Wow. Ornn's still going, but with a sliver of HP left, we might see him go down here. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of kills across the map. It should be multiple inhibitors, I'd expect, going for La Cueva now. They're knocking on that bottom lane inhibitor. They're about to take down this middle lane tower. They're going to be able to get 2 inhibitors here. This is really going to help them push out and close this game.
Yeah, we now have the Jax up and the Lucian up. Let's see if they're able to defend this at all. Looks like they're just going to give that mid inhib.
There's not a whole lot that they can do here. They need to be focusing on these minions that are knocking on the Nexus towers. This is going to be close. If they go for it, the minions were able to take it while they run, but that was a close one. Akali going in, even though there's multiple members here. A little bit of greed. Let's see what they're able to do here, if they're able to make it out. It doesn't look like Del Norte really wants to keep pushing on that one.
No, they learned from the last time that they chased him through their jungle. Now would be an excellent time for the Bears to group up at Baron, take that, and then use that to secure for a final push.
That's what they've got to be thinking about at this point. That's something that they didn't do very well last game, but they're going for the fight here. Luxalt coming out, not really landing much damage on anyone. Typically, you want to see that ability used with some form of crowd control. That way you can guarantee it hits. But it's a very good deterring tool, as we might have just seen there. Firing it at the front of the fight. It's got a low cooldown. That way, it's pushing them away and making them choose to back out of that fight instead of engaging on it when they might have been able to win that fight.
So we've got 3 recalls coming in for the Bears with vision on Baron. Let's see if they're thinking about resetting. Oh, Lee Sin deep in the jungle.
Able to catch that Lucian out. And now going for this kill on the Jax, able to kick him away from that stun with the red buff, securing that kill.
With that jungler down, they should absolutely move towards.
And that's what it looks like they're doing. Are they going to check this bush though? It looks like Set's going to... Oh no, he's going to stay there. He's very far behind enemy lines now. But knowing that they're on the Baron, not a likely opportunity, but he's there. He's not known that he's there. The opportunity to engage a team fight or potentially a steal comes up. Here he is. He's going to start stalling.
To stall as much as possible.
Second half of the Ornn ult's going to miss, but he's going to soak up so much time landing that knock-up, resetting the Baron, might have bought his team enough time that they can come in and maybe stop this. It doesn't look like they're going to be going for it, though.
No.
They're focusing on clearing out those super minions coming from 2 waves right now. That's going to be a lot of minions to try and clear out. Akali going in on this Jax. Leap used. Very good patience there to wait for that stun, to just use that re-engage to slide in and clean up that kill. So I'm expecting the recall from Lacueva here. They're going to buy, they're going to make one final push down, and I'd expect they'd close out the game here because there's not going to be a whole lot that Del Norte is going to be able to do to stop this next push. Baron empowered, huge gold lead, items completed with super minions. It's going to be really difficult for them to pull off any type of a comeback at this point.
Yeah, not to mention they've got the 4 dragons securing that cloud dragon soul. They've got basically every buff you could possibly have at this point, save for an elder dragon.
They really do, and look what they're doing right now. Right on cue, they're going to secure every objective that they can. They're not going to mess around. They're not going to waste any time like you might have seen from them last game. This time they say, we're going to grab every objective. We're going to march down on your gates, and there's not going to be anything that you can do about it because we have all of the strength we could.
Yep, they're being much more decisive in their grouping up and their team fighting this time around. It's really quite a nice change of pace.
That Akali hiding out in that bush, waiting for them to come face check because those are their choices. They surrender Elder Dragon or they face check in order to have the chance of a steal, and that's their comeback condition is if they grab that Elder Drake. The new effect on that Elder Drake, granting an execution when you deal damage, putting a champion below a certain percentage of health. So it's great at bringing you back from a bad situation.
Kaisa
and
getting caught out.
That Lux snare being really good at catching her out there. So a chance here, but Set's coming in, dealing the damage. Akali's here now. Again, looking backline, able to pick up that Ornn and get out of tower range. Again, snared up, but Lee Sin's going to be doing that damage as well. So much mobility here. They're able to land these executions. You can see that Dragon Soul, that beautiful animation now when they're landing those executes. And that is going to be the game. Lacueva taking game 2 and taking the series 2-0.
Yep, and that puts Lacueva up into the finals versus ECA. Very impressive showing from Lacueva this time around. That was some excellent gameplay that was shown there by both teams. There was some really impressive team fighting coming out from Del Norte. There were times where I thought that they were just not going to have it, but they managed to turn it around, made some smart plays, able to get some good escapes.
They definitely came back really strong, but the big thing that we saw from Lacueva is they recognized some of their mistakes in the first game. They made some adjustments, and it was a much stronger showing going into this game.
Yeah.
They showed a potential on a variety of picks, some really strong jungle pressure, and excluding that first game now because their second showing was great. They knew exactly what they needed to do to close out those games. They focused on objectives. They focused on dragons. They got that Baron to help them push. Even though they might not have needed it, they said, it's free, we might as well take it. So by locking that down, they were able to, again, commandingly take this victory ahead of Del Norte. But a great performance by both teams there.
Agreed, yes. Congratulations to both teams. Congratulations to the Bears to making it to the finals. We are going to take a probably 5 to 10 minute break right now while we get the final game set up between ECA Fed Feeders and Lacueva Bears. So stick around. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finals of the APS League of Legends East vs. West tournament. If you were tuning in from the beginning, we saw an excellent semifinals between the La Cueva Bears and the Del Norte Dwelling Dragons, in which the Bears were able to take a pretty commanding 2-0 lead and took the series, which put them into the finals versus the ECA Fed Feeders. I'm your host, Josh Martinez. Party Gnome, and with me is Robo.
All right, so I'm thinking about time for the finals. What do you think?
It's almost time for the finals. We've got teams that are working out a couple of issues right now, and we will get into Champ Select here pretty soon. What are you hoping for to see in this game?
I'm really interested to see, again, from La Cueva. We've seen them play a series before. We know what they can bring out with some of these top lane powerhouses, really taking the game and snowballing hard. So I'm really excited to see what they're able to do with that. I'm excited to see if ECA, if they've been doing their homework, if they've been doing some scouting, if they know to take some of these champions away. The Vlad, for example, something that was so strong in the first game. Are they going to know and handle and have an answer for what has been so effective for La Cueva, or are they going to have to learn that firsthand through the first game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. So this is not the first time that these teams have met each other. They did play back in the fall at another event that we did put on. At some excellent games there. There's some really, really close matches. So I'm excited to see what they've learned and what they're willing to put up against the seemingly unstoppable La Cueva Bears.
I'm really excited to see where it goes.
All right, looks like people are getting ready, so we should be starting Champ Select here at any moment. Any moment. Well, as we're waiting for these guys to go ahead and get the game started. Oh, there we go. We are now into Champ Select. So go ahead and switch over to that view so everyone else can see what's going on.
All right, first thing taken off the board, Zoe. A pretty strong mid laner. An interesting early ban, though. They must have done a little bit of scouting and seeing that's a popular pick. The Kaisa being taken off the board, that was something that we saw from La Cueva in both games. That was the AD carry that they were going with. So again, they're just taking away comfortable picks. They don't want them on things that they've been warmed up on, that they're familiar with. So maybe they've been watching these games. They know what's coming. And Darius taken away as well.
Yeah, so prior to the start of this match, ECA won the coin toss, and they elected to go red side. So they're electing to give up first pick and first ban in this first match.
So Misfortune, the next ban that we're seeing. So, a trend different that ECA is doing. They're not banning away these top laners. Like Del Norte found themselves forced to do. So it looks like they might be letting La Cueva get one of these top laners that they want. So we'll have to see what ECA's answer for it is. They're clearly showing that they're not too scared.
So it's another Hecarim ban. Unless I'm missing something, I don't know why Hecarim keeps getting banned. Is he a really strong jungler right now? I haven't seen too much of it or heard that it's a really strong champion right now.
It's a consistent pick. Is it at the top of the leaderboards? Not necessarily, but in the right hands, it can be very effective because it's so fast. Fast clear times. It can take a variety of gank routes, and once he's on you, it's very difficult to get him off of you. So the set ban, something that we're seeing as well, not too uncommon with a new champion, especially with the power that set has. We saw it in the last game. The La Cueva pulled that out, and it was pretty effective with it. There's a lot of fighting in that top lane. Was it overpowering? No, but effective, I will say. And they've gone with a Poppy in reply to that Ornn. Again, 2 tanks in the top lane. Shouldn't be too much going on up there. That's going to be a wet noodle fight most of the time.
Yeah, those champions really start to shine once you get into the team fight stage, and you just have an unstoppable force versus an immovable object, and then it comes down to who can get to the back line best or who can protect their carries, and so it makes for some more interesting fights, a little bit more drawn out fights.
Definitely. And they're going for the Lee Sin again from La Cueva. It was so effective, that Lee Sin in that last game. I'm really excited to see it again against this new team of ECA. See how it's able to be brought out, and if they're able to bring it to its fullest potential, like we saw used against that Jax in the last game. So I'd expect to see maybe a support pick here from Laqueva to reply with that Yumi. They don't want to reveal anything too early. And they're going with the Rakan, so that support pick indeed. Rakan can never go wrong with Rakan. Super safe. He's got a heal. He's got some engage, some disengage. Goes really well with Lee Sin and Ornn, as they've got a lot of engage right now. They're really going to be looking to run down this team from ECA and see if they can't take the whole thing. Olaf selected from ECA, so that's going to be in the jungle. Olaf is probably the strongest earlier jungler in the game. So much clear, so much invade potential. And with those axes, if he keeps picking them up and keeps landing them, that you're basically under that significant slow and you just can't get away. So one of the stronger duelists, but he will start to fall off a little bit later in the game once he can't just run at you and be effective anymore. He's going to be taking that damage when he's running at you, face taking everything that they can throw at him. So a lot of his strength early to mid game.
Mm-hmm. So neither team has revealed a pick yet for a mid champion or their bot lane carry. So interesting to see what they're gonna pull out first. We'll get to see. Well, I'm not sure in this pick order anymore who's gonna reveal the first champion next.
But we're seeing a lot of bans targeting that. The Jhin taken off the table, Xayah is banned, Ahri is banned, and Veigar going to be the final ban there. So 2 very strong AD carries, 2 very strong mid laners. So we'll have to see what they default onto. Caitlyn, a great pick, longest attack range in the game, going to be looking to, combine with that Yumi, really poke down the side of Laqueva, hovering that Varus. Varus, a pretty decent answer to Caitlyn. Immobile, but has some range and some poke to reply, which is why it's a pretty common pick into that. The unfortunate thing is with that Rakan might end up taking the brunt of the poke, as he's going to be in melee range. He's going to have to be getting a little bit closer to do much. Yes. So we'll have to see how that ends up going.
Seems like both of these lanes could just turn into sort of AFK farming a little bit and sort of relying on setting up and trying to get good positioning for your jungler to come in and hopefully switch that tide one way or the other, but you never know.
And we're seeing a Rise pick from the mid lane of Laqueva. A huge pick. Although receiving some nerfs recently, it is still so strong in the right hands. The potential for that ultimate to move around the map and take objectives, and then that consistent damage that Rise is able to put out onto a single target and even multiple clumped up targets in a team fight is going to be a huge threat if executed well. And the Corki was picked as a reply to that. So another really strong poke champion that brings in a little bit of magic damage. So I'm seeing a really large amount of range from the side of ECA. They're going to be looking to poke. And then if we look at the side of Laqueva with a Rakan who's going to be engage, Rise engage, Lee Sin and Ornn, so much engage, they're looking to get in their faces, make that difference in range something that isn't a factor by getting close, by getting in their face and trying to deal enough damage to knock them down. Definitely going to be a little bit tankier, I'm thinking, from the side of Laqueva. With that Ornn, with that Rise, and that Lee Sin, that Lee Sin and Rise get quite bruisery, but Ornn is going to be full tank. They're going to be very, very hard to get through while also dealing so much damage.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting game. I'm curious to see how it turns out, especially once it does get to team fight. I'm trying and failing to see the really good synergy on the side of ECA here. It looks like. Yeah, I'm not quite seeing how the team fights are going to play out for them. It's going to be interesting.
The way it's going to go is I don't think they're going to be wanting to fight too much. In a 5v5 scenario, they're going to be looking at using that range and using that poke to chip away at objectives, to get health bars low and then take it by force. Wait until someone has to recall and then finally push that tower. Force someone away from the dragon pit and then secure that dragon. They don't necessarily have team fight synergy, but their team does have some synergistic effects to it. The Corki has so much poke, Caitlyn with that long range, and then Yumi, when attached onto a champion, being able to choose where that poke's going to land. It follows the mouse cursor, makes it very consistent, long range, reliable poke. Yumi's also very effective on bruisers with the constant healing and the speed buffs, so very effective on Olaf. So we'll have to see how they're able to use these picks together, because they do have a little bit of potential to run someone down, but they also don't have the best team fight. They're going to shine when it comes to poke. So I'm very interested to see how they use the Olaf, if they maybe take that Yumi out of the lane and roam a little bit through the mid game, because Caitlyn's a champion that with that long range is able to hold a lane by herself to a certain extent. Going against a team with this much dive, it could be a little bit risky, but there's a little bit of synergy there that could be very strong through that skirmishing portion of the mid game.
Well, I guess we'll have to see how it's all going to play out. Objective control, as always, is going to be super, super important. We know that La Cueva is very good at securing those objectives, so we'll see if ECA can put up a good fight and have good enough, transitions and planning ahead, vision control, everything that allows them to, secure some of those objectives.
We really saw La Cueva make adjustments in the last best of 3 series from the first game to the second game and improve their play a significant amount. We saw them a lot more clear, a lot more concise with their actions, their shot calls, their decisions to close out those games. First game seemed more about kills. Second game, they were getting the kills, but they were turning those into objectives, which ultimately led them to a very commanding victory. So we'll have to see how they're going to do that against ECA, because La Cueva's warmed up. This is going to be ECA's first match. How are they going to do? Are they going to hit the ground running? There's going to take them 10 or 15 minutes of those laning phases before they really start to get ready and get their game faces on.
Yeah, let's hope that that ECA was not spending this time idly just watching the stream and enjoying the sounds of our amazing voices. And they were getting in a little bit of practice, getting themselves warmed up, getting those fingers and the muscle memory back, and we'll see how it's going to go. I'm excited for this match. It's great to see some new competitors in here, and the game is just about to get loaded in, so go ahead and switch on over to that and see where this game takes us.
So talking about summoner spells, again, from the side of Early College Academy, we've got an Ignite in the top lane and in the bottom lane versus a little bit more utility from the side of La Cueva. So we'll have to see again how this plays. It's just a little bit more aggressive choices means that they're likely going to want to pair that with a more aggressive playstyle.
All right, as we wait for, there we go, the champions to teleport into Summoner's Rift. Got some Olaf doing some funky dancing here.
And the pings coming out from the side of ECA are telling me that they want to get strong coverage across the map right now. They don't want to leave any of the entrances to the jungle uncovered. They want to get as much information as they can. The line of scrimmage, we call it. Every single jungle path across covered up.
All right, so it looks like we've just got, the dividing line of river and map. Nobody looking to invade, nobody looking to do anything tricky this early part of the game. Just playing it safe, which is, probably the best move at this point, since neither team has faced each other in a while and they're not quite sure what the other one is capable of yet.
Lee Sin showing that he's going to be starting on this bottom side, starting with red. The Olaf was hovering around mid to make sure they weren't giving any information away as to where he was starting. Not a whole lot of information for either team right now. But Olaf will be starting red, making his way towards the bot side. And Lee Sin will be starting red as well, but will have the luxury of having top side in the standard clear route if he's going to be looking for that early gank. See a little bit faster of a clear coming out for that Olaf.
Again, La Cueva, I know at this point that Olaf started red, since Poppy is just now getting in the lane.
That should give them the sign that the leash came from Poppy. We'll have to see if that was communicated effectively to the rest of the team and they're able to anticipate where this Olaf is going to be taking that jungle route. Some good early trading coming out from Poppy, who has that Ignite. If Ornn is not careful, it can very quickly turn to a level 2 and a cheese with that Ignite to land that first blood. Level 2, looking for the wall stun, lands.
Ornn missing his skill shot. Flash burned.
Going to take that flash, not chase any further. Small victories. With that flash gone, that's going to be communicated to the jungler. That's going to be 5 minutes of a window where they might be able to make something happen.
Uh-oh, Lee Sin hiding in that bush bot lane.
And he's not going to go for any further on that one. They know with Yuumi attaching onto Caitlyn, if Caitlyn flashes, Yuumi flashes, and that's going to be first blood to that Poppy.
A very decisive first blood from that Poppy in top lane.
Again, saving that flash, but burning the flash from the side of Ornn, knows that the next time that engage goes through, there's no escape. That combined with the ignite makes for a quick first blood. Now Lee Sin looking mid. Q is going to miss, but the Rise Snare is going to land. One more auto will do it, and that's going to be a kill going off to that Lee Sin.
Alright, so they answered the kill in the top with a kill in mid. This game is, just starting, so we can't really make too many predictions for it, but
what we're seeing is the Summoner's Burn from both the Lee Sin and the Rise to make that kill happen. A really good reply, but especially on that Rise, a little bit immobile, could be at a little bit of a risk going forward here. And the Poppy's engaging on this Lee Sin now. Backups here, though, is there going to be rotations from the mid lane?
doesn't look like it. Olaf's
Poppy's going to go down. 2 kills now for that Lee Sin.
Wow, that's gonna turn Lee Sin into a monster.
A huge early game, and that is not a champion that you want to snowball. Once he gets that warrior enchantment on his jungle item, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage. Skirmish here. The 2v2 going to land. As long as these axes keep landing, it's going to be very difficult to get away. Low mana from Rise, though, they're not really going to be able to continue this fight. Both junglers and mid laners are going to be able to get away after that fight, not wanting to take any risks. There's some of that poke coming out. Again, Yuumi Caitlyn, such a dominant lane because it's so hard to get in range to trade back with them. CS staying even, though, so very well done from the side of LaQueva to be handling that difficult lane well. We'll have to see how Ornn is able to handle this aggressive early play from Poppy.
A little bit behind in farm, but overall the gold's very similar across both teams.
Poppy looking to set up a freeze here. The lane in a really good spot. Because here comes the backup. Corki and Olaf have arrived. This
wow.
Ornn is flashless, and this Ornn will be going down.
Excellent rotation on ECA's part.
What I like from the Poppy there, letting that lane build up close to the tower, but not at tower, means that when Ornn comes up to get CS, so far overextended. Again, something we talked about, the top lane is the most dangerous lane because you're alone. It's long and you're alone. If you compare it to mid, a very short lane, it's not too far until the safety of your tower, but if you're going to extend up that far without flash as a melee champion, you're just so at risk of getting ganked, as we saw just like that.
So there might be a bit of a skirmish here over the first dragon, which is a mountain drake.
So what we can see is that LaQueva, coming off of their win against Del Norte, they know objectives are going to help them win this game. They want to get that dragon early. That way their strength builds through that mid game. So mountain drake, that means 8% armor and magic resist. So that's going to be big. They're all going to be a little bit tankier. And that's going to help them in some of these fights.
One thing I'm curious about top lane in regards to ECA is whether or not they are taking advantage of the pretty aggressive playstyle from those top laners, from the Bears. In both games that we've seen today, they have never hesitated once to push a lane in. Oh no.
Ornn's going to secure that one. Yeah, in regards to that play in the top lane, again, there's so much fighting there in a lane that's so volatile, is that this aggressive play is coming from the fact that if you get a lead, it's really easy to push that lead. And with that, if you fall behind, it's really easy to stay behind. Poppy going in for the engage here, landing the good wall stun and dodging out that knockup. Will she have enough to secure this? And she will. Ornn using that ultimate there, that's going to go on cooldown.
So once again, we have that Ornn that is pushing the lane up a little bit, came off of just getting a kill, and just continues to get right up in Poppy's face. And it seems to just be kind of backfiring.
We have to think about how far this Poppy is ahead. Getting that first blood, and that disrespect from Lee Sin coming in there, 2 levels down, and trying to go for that fight and just taking the Poppy hammer to the face and going down to make this lead even bigger for this Poppy. That's going to now be giving this Ornn a really difficult time. We see Poppy has twice the CS of Ornn, is up 3 kills. It's going to be really difficult to step into that matchup now and get anything done. And if Poppy keeps managing these waves well, it's going to be easy to keep starving this Ornn out of XP and experience, or gold and experience.
Looks like two plates are down already on that top tower, so that's some additional gold in Poppy's pockets, who already has a 200 gold bounty.
That's going to be a really strong Poppy going forward here. Not too much going on in the mid lane. Ryze was able to get an early back and grab that tier. That's going to be a very core item because it takes a while to stack up. But once it gets stacked up, that's going to be when Ryze hits that mid to late game strength. So Ryze is just looking to survive, make it until the point where he gets some of those items. Corki is going to be looking to keep applying this pressure. Again, make it to that mid game. Triforce, going to be the first item for Corki, is such a big power spike. But as an expensive item, it usually comes in the middle of that game. So it's not going to be a strong Corki for another few minutes still. Now Teleport coming in for this fight as well. Lee Sin able to get in there early. Caitlyn goes down, but here comes the rest of early college academy.
Trying to turn this fight around, capitalizing on some of those early kills.
Heal used. Lee Sin just barely able to make it out, but Varus is stuck, not in the best position. Knockup's going to land on Olaf. Lee Sin's back in though. Corki has to flash away with a small sliver of health. Ryze flashes in with the auto attack. Doesn't have that much mana to keep this going here. And it looks like La Cueva is going to clean this one up with some really good engage and re-engage. They were able to back out when they needed to. Lee Sin dropped out and then came back in and ended up really doing strong things in this fight for them. They were able to take a huge win, and they're going to have the respawn timers to take a little bit more control here now.
It looked like there might have been a little bit of miscommunication on the part of ECA as to who to engage on. When it was a 3v3 at the beginning, it seemed everyone was kind of off fighting their own champion as opposed to coalescing down on one and bursting them down before moving on to the next one.
It was a little scattered. They were able to get something out of it, but really what turned from being so close to great really didn't end up going that well for them. They lost a little bit for that. We'll have to see how they bring it back from there. As that strength in the Lee Sin, we're seeing it again. 3-1 and 4 now. A little bit behind in CS, but he's getting these kills. He's making plays happen across the map, taking summoner spells. Poppy going for a little bit of a dive here.
The CS lead from ECA is really keeping them in the game. In fact, they're ahead in gold, even though they're down in kills and an objective, one Mountain Drake. So, it's, proving how important it is for those CS skills, especially at this level. When these students are learning how to play the game and trying to increase their skills, they need to understand that it's not just about team fight and kills. That a large part of it is farming and ensuring that you're able to stay ahead in your lane.
Mm-hmm. It's all about those objectives and the things that sometimes don't have a gold value. Pressure you're applying on the map, summoner spells that you've taken, are all very important things to dictate the pace of play. And we're seeing it here. Lee Sin's burning a lot of spells, but the CS value coming across is given a lot of power to the side of ECA as well. So now we'll see if Poppy can make it out of this one. The Q is going to land, and that's going to be the shutdown going over to Lee Sin.
Big shutdown on that.
So another dragon getting taken there. This time the Cloud Drake going over to the side of ECA, and it looks like a little bit of a re-engage happening here. They might be able to chase down that Ryze. He's going to live with a sliver of health though. So ECA able to grab that Cloud Drake. That's going to be granting that 10% ultimate cooldown reduction. It's going to be pretty big going into these fights. Again, there's some big ultimates that are going to be able to be used very effectively to keep pushing down on them. Yuumi coming out with that snare that can snare the entire team if used effectively. Caitlyn with the poke from the ultimate ace in the hole is going to mean the more frequently that can be used, the more they're going to be able to chip away at those health bars and take these objectives. Still some big CS leads. It's evened up in mid lane. Top lane, Poppy's got that huge advantage, but gave up that bounty on that last death.
12 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and it's still anybody's game. Gold leads are very, very close.
Less than 1,000.
Yeah, another engage on top.
Ornald was able to land, but Poppy is so tanky and strong at this point. Going for the all-in on Lee Sin with the Ignite and able to get the kill. Now the backup has arrived. Olaf is here. First axe misses, but with that ultimate, he's immune to the knockups. And that's going to be 2 for 0.
Another fight bot lane.
But a lot of damage coming out from that Caitlyn there. We'll have to see what that ultimate cooldown reduction is going to do, because that's a low health bar, and there it is.
There it is. Ooh,
And the shield from Rakan is going to negate that damage out.
Great shield.
Again, this is what we talked about, this high poke bot lane. If they step on a trap, if they take a net to the face, they're going to take a lot of damage in trade for that. Rift Herald dropped in the mid lane. This is going to get some plates for Corki, apply a little bit of pressure. But that Rift Herald's going to be immediately taken away, so it's not going to get any more than that. All in, going in on that Olaf now, easily able to be dropped because his ultimate wasn't up.
Yeah, that ultimate cooldown is what should have been a little bit more aware of that going into these fights, knowing that they have a decent amount of the knockup from the Rakan and the stun from
You need to
Rise.
respect that crowd control if your ultimate isn't up on Olaf. So again, they're going to look and chip away, deal a little bit of tower damage there. Clear out some vision. I'm going to see some recalls coming in. Corki going back now. Restock on that mana, get a little bit more health. Get a little bit closer to that Triforce, which is going to be when Corki really starts coming in and dealing out these damage in the team fights. Such sustained damage from a champion like that, it can be very scary once you get to that point where he's got a few items. Again, the passive making Corki deal magic damage still on those basic attacks. Although an AD champion or an AD caster still often now played as AP damage. It's going to be one of the big AP threats coming from the side of Early College Academy. Rise going for the Realm Warp to get behind Caitlyn. CC lands. Lee Sin in position to get that kickoff, but not going to need to do it. They're going to have enough damage to lock it down, and that's, again, some of this mobility, some of this dive that we're seeing from the comp that they chose, really effectively using that Realm Warp to get themselves in position to make a play like that on a Caitlyn that was by herself.
Still very, very close game in terms of gold.
Very back and forth. Hard to predict the tempo of this game. They're both able to take objectives. Both teams are getting dragons. Both teams are farming up as best that they can. The gold lead at 600 right now. So we'll have to again see how Lee Sin's going to do, taking this huge lead, 5-2 and 5 right now, very strong, to get a lead in the hands of his laners, you know, towards this Rise, which is going to be so strong late game, towards this Varus, which is going to be a lot of their consistent damage, because come late game, Lee Sin isn't going to be as effective as he is in the early game. He's going to start falling off a little bit, so he's going to have to be transferring some of this lead to his laners by letting them grab some of these kills. You know, we don't see any kills on the Varus yet, and that's where we're going to be wanting to see a whole bunch of these kills happen.
So we got a River Drake spawning here. Both teams are positioning around it, wanting to secure that objective.
We'll have to see how a team fight comes out of this one. There's ultimates used, snares coming in, Lee Sin's backing out after kicking the Yuumi away, Ignite ticking, not going to be enough to take him down.
Excellent Poppy ult, just clearing everybody out and able to just come in and take that dragon.
Able to disengage everyone and allow their carries to deal the damage. They were able to pick up that Lee Sin, their biggest carry right now, but the re-engage coming out again, another Ignite on the Rakan. We'll have to see if he drops on this one. Corki with Yuumi is going to be dealing the damage and trying to kite back, but the mana is almost out. We'll have to see what they keep doing here. Health bar's low.
Yeah, the smarter play would just be to disengage, take your win.
Yeah, they were able to pick up that dragon there. That's what they were going for. Got some kills. Some losses there, but that dragon, that ocean drake, is going to be big for them. It's going to help give them some strength. And then Rise is going to go down there, possibly staying a little bit too long. Poppy is so effective with that move speed and that stun when knocked into walls. It can be really difficult to get away from a Poppy once she starts moving towards you.
Yeah, that disengage by Poppy in that last team fight at Dragon was... That's what secured them. You know, they won the team fight. They were able to get the Dragon, even with their jungler being down and not having that smite.
Very strong play from this Poppy so far, landing first blood and controlling a lot of the pace of play, making big plays in team fights. 5, 2, and 3 now with a small bounty. With that kill on the Rise, they were able to secure Rift Herald. They're going to be using this to push down on some of these towers a little bit now. And after securing that Ocean Drake, we now know that the soul of this game is going to be Ocean. So what we're seeing with some changes on the map here, there's more bushes throughout the map. They're going to be, as we're seeing just below Lee Sin there, there's going to be more coverage, more wards required, more face checking all over the map. And the Dragon Soul, the Ocean Soul, is going to grant HP and mana on hit once that's caught up. And the Varus going all in on this Caitlyn here, again face checking. So much damage coming out. That's going to be big for them, and for this Varus to start coming on. They should be able to take that tower down as Rakan and Varus are in the bot lane. There's no one to stop them, as most of the fighting is happening around mid lane right now.
Rift Herald is still on. Olaf hasn't used it in the lane yet. Curious to see which one they're going to use it in and try to push.
Yeah, we'll have to see where they're holding that.
Looks like everyone's kind of moving towards bot side.
And Pig's coming out now. Corki and Olaf moving across wards here. They're trying to collapse on this Lee Sin. They land the wall stun. He's going to be locked down. Will he go down? He will. He's able to be picked up by a Corki bomb there. Corki flashing away from the Rise and the Ornn on the backside of the fight. Olaf able to chase down Rakan. Now 3v2, another Poppy. Really effective stun lands. Caitlyn ult coming in. They're going to be able to lock down this Ornn. You're not able to get away from Olaf like that again. The axes keep landing. He's going to keep doing damage, and while immune to crowd control does so much.
The ace coming out from ECA, tying up the kill board up here, and getting them a nice little 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, very effective team fight. They did such a good job there of locking down single high priority targets like that Lee Sin, taking him out early in the fight before he could even get his ultimate off. So now they're going to be able to take some objectives for this. They're going to get mid tier 2 tower. They dropped Rift Herald in the bot lane, I believe. So they're taking up this red buff as well now. They're very effectively getting the kills, getting the objectives, and their plan is probably to repeat that process. Lee Sin going in, but again, not able to do anything. Unstoppable from that Olaf coming out means you can't use your ultimate to kick him back into the team. Very effectively used by Olaf there in order to lock down another kill on that Lee Sin. But do they want more? They're going for it. Another Poppy stun and a quick kill.
Just some overextension on the part of ECA Bears. That Lee Sin should have waited just a few more seconds for the rest of his team to back him up, and there's no excuse for that Varus to have stayed there and moved that far beyond tower range.
Yeah, you got to know that there could be someone in that bush if they were just down there. Rakan stopping some recalls here, but it's not going to do a whole lot.
Less than a minute until the next Ocean Drake spawns. Probably be the site of the next big battle.
That's going to be the next big objective that gets taken. They're going to start looking to get some vision, to clear out some wards, to set that up, as they're looking for this Ocean Soul to help them take over the game. It'll be so effective on Corki, getting mana back with each auto attack and with each ability. That's going to mean a lot more spells, and he's already so strong right now after having finished that Trinity Force, sitting on a BF sword now, and all of that damage being converted to magic damage again, going to be very effective at melting down these targets that are really focusing armor early in this game.
A lot of flashes down on the side of ECA. We'll see how that comes into play in the next team fight.
Now moving towards this dragon, they're going to run in to La Cueva here. Stun lands on Corki. They're able to burst down the Corki before they can do anything to stop it. That's going to be most of their carry potential. We see Rise on the backside, outputting some pretty big damage onto that Olaf. And the Ornhorn able to land a knock-up on 3. They're going to pick up Caitlyn. They might be able to get the Yuumi as well. One more auto will do it. The Realm Warp's going to come in from behind. They should be able to take down Yuumi here. Poppy being the only champion remaining there. A huge team fight.
Yeah.
Again, just when we think that we see where this game is going, it flips around and we've got such a close game again. Bringing that gold lead back a little bit, still within that 3K, and an Ocean Drake going to the side of La Cueva. That's going to bring the Ocean Drakes to 1 apiece.
And once again, everybody needs to watch out for those face checking of the bushes, or even, it wasn't even a bush, but Corky just sort of took the less safe path just to have cut off a little bit of time and getting down a dragon, and turned out to blow up in their face.
When you're moving on the enemy side of the map, you've got to respect the fact that if you don't have vision somewhere, you should expect them to be there. Just taking a little bit greedy of a route, could have stayed more towards his side of the map, and then walked right into a Varus ult. And with these champions, the burst is going to be so high, if the carry gets knocked out like that, that's going to be the team fight, like we just saw.
So once again, we got ECA coming down, positioned around this, well, now empty dragon pit.
Just clearing out some vision. Although the dragon's not there anymore, still a lot can happen from the river. They don't want any information given away that they can avoid. Ping's coming out on Baron right now. They might wanting to be moving towards that, get a little bit of vision, but also make sure that that's not where La Cueva is right now. That's going to be, again, the next big objective. You know, pushing 24 minutes into the game. Without vision there, the next team fight could mean Baron for whoever's the winner. As long as the health bars are high, they're still in the good enough position for it, and they're going for it now. So they're just trying to force this one because they saw Varus in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they're just hoping that
they know that he can't be there. They've got the man advantage.
Caitlyn taking way too long to turn.
But they're able to get some of that damage out. Rakan forced to ult to run away. The kill that they were able to land should mean they might be able to go back on a Baron now.
See, Caitlyn's dropped real weak, real low.
Lee Sin going for that, and he's going to land the kill. Again, with a low health bar, if you're going to run off by yourself, even if it is to heal up, you need to be careful there. This Lee Sin is so strong and deals so much damage. Poppy going in, landing the stun again. Looks like we're going to have another fight. Lee Sin was able to make it onto the Corky. But looks like he might go down for this one. Or will he? Will the axe land? The Poppy stun. How many ward hops can he do? And he will go down.
Well, bit of a messy team fight from both sides there, but
now interesting one here is, meanwhile, all that was happening, Varus was in the bottom lane and took 2 towers, I believe. They're forced to recall. They couldn't go for the Baron because now he's knocking on the inhibitor turrets. If they go for that Baron, that's an inhibitor gone. So, although not the best situation for them, they were able to trade back and get a little bit of gold from those towers. Gold lead still 2.5 thousand. This game could go either direction. It's so close. The big thing to consider is, how do these champions scale later? Olaf is going to start falling off, like we talked about. Corky is going to get stronger, but Rise is going to be getting so strong at this point. Once he finishes more of these mana items, he gets that Rod of Ages up to 10 stacks. He's going to be tanky and be dealing so much damage while doing so. They need to make sure that they're able to make some progress before these Ornn gets too tanky, before Rise gets too strong, before Varus finishes a few items and he can just start mowing through these tanks. They need to start making things happen because their champions are going to start to fall off a little bit.
Bit of a 26-minute lull as everyone's just kind of farming up a little bit, clearing out wards, waiting to see what the next engagement's going to be. Ooh.
Looks like Lee Sin going in on Olaf there. Going to be running away from this one, trying to wait out that ultimate before trying to do anything here. That ultimate is gone. That Olaf ult is now on cooldown, so he will be able to be crowd controlled and bursted. We'll have to see what they do with that. Again, they're pushing a little bit towards the bottom side again. They want to clear up this vision for the dragon because they want to be able to grab this Ocean Soul when the opportunity comes up. They're focusing on these objectives. They don't want to risk anything when they don't need to.
Just about 40 seconds on the next dragon spawning, which is going to be an Ocean Drake. See everyone kind of gathered around that mid lane, kind of skewing towards bot lane a little bit. Everyone wants to be the first one there and try to secure as much vision as possible.
Thing we're seeing right now, though, is the side lanes from ECA are pushing a little bit. Someone's going to have to go answer that, and right now they've got Rise. If Rise shows bottom, they might be able to go for an engage, like right here.
A little bit of overextension by Varus.
Poppy going in on that one. The Ornhorn comes out. Varus flashes out. He's on the outside of this fight dealing damage, but Corki flies in. Loses his life, but is able to land the kill. Caitlyn just at the back, consistently damaging right now. Rakan lands the charm on that back line. A 3-person knock-up, and that's going to be the wipe for them. The Poppy is the one that's left who's strong, but how much can she do? 1v3 right now. Might not be able to make it out of this one. The ultimate coming out, knocking 2 away, and then turning onto the Rise. No mana, but will Poppy be able to make it out of this one? It's not looking like it. These stuns are going to start coming out, but the move speed on this Poppy is so high.
But is it worth it? Why chase when you have a free dragon?
And here they come, and they're going to be able to clean up this Poppy now. Using that Realm Warp effectively. They should still have time. Corki's up now. Caitlyn's just respawning. 5 seconds on Olaf. They need to be able to burn this dragon and get out of there quick, because they know that ECA is coming because they want that dragon as well. You can see Corki will be there first. They've got a little bit of vision. They know it's just those 2 there. But will it be too late? They don't have a smite coming in here, so they should focus down the dragon and then try and get out of the pit. Dragon's down. Ornn has flash. He's going to hop over the wall, and they're going to get out there. The cost is flash, but they're able to secure that dragon without losing their lives there, because if they got maybe 1 or 2 kills, they walk up to Baron. They're able to take that Baron without having that Ornn tank now. That's their big engage. They could take that Baron for free or win the fight at least.
Yeah, if they were able to remove that Lee Sin, remove that Ornn, it would have been basically a free Baron. Unfortunately, not able to secure that. That gold lead is shrunk down to just under 1,000.
Very exciting game. Again, could go either way at this point. It's all going to be about that next team fight probably that gets them the Baron or gets them that Ocean Soul.
And absolutely, and ECA does not want to let that next dragon go, because then, as you just said, it will grant the Bears the Ocean Soul.
Poppy landing an engage on the Lee Sin there, but he's able to war hop out. Not going to lose too much for that one. A lot of vision towards the top side now. Really good deep vision from the side of ECA. You can see a lot of those red wards on the map there. Really starting to push onto the side of La Cueva.
Yeah, that entire side of the map is lit up by wards. Coming in from both sides of it, but it's always nice to see people taking care to ward and get that vision.
And using those wards, it looks like they've caught out Rakan now. They're chasing him down. Stun's able to land. They're going to throw their resources at it and see if they can get him, but using the quickness, he's going to be able to get out. Now with that engage tool gone, they're looking to fight here. Poppy knocking away that Ornn tank. Varus ult misses. Health bars are low. Olaf's going after this Lee Sin here. Not able to pop that ultimate before the kick comes out, so he might be able to get away. Rakan landing the knock-up again. Varus starting to deal some damage now. He's going to be pushing hard. Rise flashing forward, able to pick up the Caitlyn. Now they're in position to keep fighting here.
It's 3v3.
Oh, the stun lands. Poppy dealing big damage here still, but here comes Ornn walking back into that fight after being knocked away.
Full health Ornn.
But it might be too late for Ornn to show up. His damage is already dead. He's going to be locked up here. More than likely, but they're going to split up. They're going to run different directions, so that way you only get one of them. You can't get them both. But he is so tanky. It's going to take him a while to get this.
Lee Sin coming back in.
He's coming back. Might he try and hop onto that Olaf and grab a kill?
Fortunately, he missed that Q.
He's just walking back in, likely to lose his life. He might get away, or at least be able to waste some time on this one, though.
Now it comes down to ECA on how they want to capitalize on this.
Again, a pretty even fight. We're looking at a 2.5k gold lead after that one. It's still staying so close. Poppy's really been a turning point in a lot of these fights by being able to knock away that Ornn, or knock away that front line, and allow the carries to do work from behind. But this Lee Sin's still been able to manage to get backline, and this Rise dealing so much damage now. We saw almost flash forward and one-shot that Caitlyn. If Rise gets onto a carry, it is not going to be good for ECA. They need to play these fights front to back. They need to play around that Poppy ultimate so that they can play it front to back and allow their backline carries and their poke damage to burn down these front line without being eliminated immediately by this Lee Sin or by this Rise, who are dealing a lot of damage right now. You can see Corky with the package, giving him increased movement speed out of combat. Going to be using that to try and clear out some of this vision. Again, they want to get control of that Baron pit because they know that's going to be really big coming up here.
I'll engage on this.
Wow. See, Caitlyn without vision there, getting really greedy, pressing forward towards that Rise and going face first into the full combo from that Rise, and that Varus coming in immediately dropped, and that's going to be a 30-second death timer. What is LaQueva going to do with that now?
There's a super aggressive engage by that Varus, flashing forward with, you know, almost at the exact same time that they dropped their ult. Definitely just wanted to secure that kill.
Wanted to make sure that they weren't losing the man there, that they were able to secure that kill on the carry, and that could turn into the dragon for them. That dragon's coming up soon. It's going to give them a window to clear out some vision, get some of theirs in there, and see what they can do with it in this next fight.
As mentioned before, securing this 4th dragon for the Bears is very important so they can get that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, if they get this dragon, Ocean Soul is theirs. It can no longer be taken from the side of ECA. So when they get that soul, that's going to mean that they're getting HP per 5 seconds. They're getting HP and mana on hit. That's going to be really, really big for them. They don't know the Poppy's here, and this Poppy has an angle to give someone the wall stun. They're looking for it. They're going to ult away 2 targets, so now they've got isolated targets. They're going to drop that Rakan immediately. Again, so effective that Pulpy are used to take what would be a team fight and turn it into someone being caught out. And a steal from the Lee Sin. An insane play. He might lose his life for it, but they were able to get that, prevent the Dragon Soul, and Varus is in range here. He's able to shoot over this wall.
Excellent positioning from that Varus. Excellent steal, smite steal from the Lee Sin.
Amazing smite steal, and that's the thing that you have to be careful with Lee Sins, is they have that execute damage on their Q, so that combined with the smite means that their effective range for killing a dragon is going to be way larger. They're going to be able to have the advantage on smite fights a lot of the time. But with those lives lost, now we see ECA moving over towards Baron Pit. They don't have their jungler, but neither does LaQueva, so they're playing the numbers game. They've got the man advantage and they're there first. Will they be able to burn this down before anyone can show up? It looks like they're going to. Varus was moving in that direction, but dropped a ward and backed off. So this is going to be Baron for ECA.
Well, now they finally got vision on that. Just in time to watch them secure that Baron.
So a trade here, we've got Baron going over to the side of ECA, but the Dragon Soul for LaQueva, which means that they're going to be having, like I said, additional mana regen. They're going to be able to survive this poke better. They're going to be getting HP and mana on hit. It's going to be a lot tougher to take them down, and as running a poke comp, it's going to be a lot more difficult to have this poke stay, because every time you're dealing damage to them, they're going to be able to heal that up passively and with on hit. So we'll have to see what ECA is able to do with this Baron buff, because it's going to give them better pushing power, but it's not going to be able to siege well when it comes to taking down champions now that they've got that Ocean Soul.
Looks like they're just looking to kind of push up middle a little bit, see if they can, I don't know, maybe take a team fight and allow them to push into the base, grab an inhibitor. We'll have to see how this...
I think they're just looking to slow push. They're looking to slowly chip away at these towers while using this Baron buff. But it's not going to be very easy to do against LaQueva right now. They're not going to get pushed easily. Poppy in position for the flank, though. They're looking for it. They don't know she's there, though.
Top.
And here goes Poppy. So tanky, but in so deep without the backup. And here comes the backup.
Oh, excellent. Diving into that back line and going straight
Able to
into Varus.
quickly get that Varus again with that CC immunity getting in there. These champions are so tanky. They're not going down easily. They're going to be able to finish these ones off, but Rise is strong. Rise is here right now. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage when he gets these rotations out. As we can see here, Corky almost going down. Lee Sin getting into that back line and dropping one. Good knockup from Rakan. They're going to keep chasing this fight. Rakan's going to go down for it, though. Or is he? The Guardian Shield pops. He's still alive, but he's slow. Excellent use of that mobility to get out. At a sliver of health, able to make it out there means that that La Cueva, they can hang on in this defense. They can stay here just a little bit longer as they're going to be recovering. Look how fast the HP bars are regenerating now. Lee Sin's on the Corki. Is he going to be able to land the kill? He's going to go down to the Corki there, not having that full rotation to be able to close out that kill.
The regen from that Ocean Drake is very impressive.
Very impressive, but I don't know if it's going to do it for him here. Oh, but Varus has come back to the fight now, dealing so much damage. He's going to knock them all down. The triple kill landing. Again, that fight lasted so long that Varus was able to get killed at the beginning of the fight, respawn, walk into the fight, and turn it around in the side of La Cueva.
Yeah, first one to drop, and then he was the one that came back in and said, nope, we're done. This is the end of it. You're not pushing any further.
So now what are they going to be able to take for it here? They're pushing down mid, but I don't think they're going to risk it. They know these respawn timers are short. They don't want to make the same mistake that ECA just did and maybe overstay their welcome a little bit. He's going to take that gold, clear out some vision, grab some buffs, and probably go back and buy, looking to get closer to this end game build.
The one is just farming up, trying to get some vision, clear out some wards, just get ready for the next few objectives, which looks like it's going to be an Elder Dragon spawning in just about a minute.
Yeah, we're at an interesting point in the game where there's not too many objectives live right now. Most of the towers have been taken down. A lot of dragons have been taken down, and Baron is waiting to respawn right now as well. So both teams, are going to see them playing a little bit safe. They're going to be playing for vision because the next team that makes a mistake could lose the game. Corki looking to grab a recall here, probably sitting on some gold to finish one of those attack speed crit items.
ECA still has a gold lead. I don't know if they've dropped it in the last 30 minutes or so. It's quite impressive they've been able to maintain this throughout the different, team fights that have happened and objectives being lost over to the Bears.
It really is. Fights have been going both ways, but this gold lead that's always stayed so close, whether it's gone to the side of La Cueva or ECA, it's still hovering around that 3,000.
Got about 20 seconds on.
The kick lands on the Caitlyn, but the shield and the healing is going to stop her from going down to that full Lee Sin combo. They're just disengaging now, but he lands the kick again on that Caitlyn, a greedy spot to try and recall. The Lee Sin looks like he's going to make it out of here.
Ult in from Varus to stun him up.
The Yuumi snare landing and stopping them from engaging more, but that's big.
They now have better positioning for this Elder Drake. That's
and the man advantage. They were able to knock down that Caitlyn. This Ornn is so tanky in the front there. Varus deals so much single target damage right now. All they have to do is sit the tanks in that choke point. And there's another huge Poppy ult taking the carries away from the fight. They don't have any damage in there now. How quickly can they get back? It looks like they're arriving now. The dragon reset, but the fight is still happening now.
I think the Elder Drake did not reset, actually. Although...
Oh, it didn't. You're right. The Elder Drake is still low on health. The quickness coming in from Rakan. Varus sitting on the back line. Guardian Angel popped for Olaf. Huge damage coming out.
Come down to a smite fight.
Olaf's down. The smites are gone. And it's stolen. The Elder Dragon is going to go to the side of Early College Academy. But will they all lose their lives for it is the question. Caitlyn's still alive, and Caitlyn holds on to that Elder Dragon buff, but I think that's going to be all of the other members without it.
I saw one very early smite. I don't know if it was from Lee Sin or if it was the second one.
Yeah, the Dragon was sitting at about 70 health. It was any teams to take with one auto going the direction of it might have been enough to take it. So we're still sitting on about that 3,000 gold lead, but a lot of champions dead on the side of ECA right now. Caitlyn, the lone defender.
Bears are looking to turn that Elder Drake loss into a Baron gain for them.
They're on it. They're keeping Ryze in that mid lane to push. The rest of them are going to be taking that Baron. Or not. They're not going for it now. They were on it and they backed off. Maybe they realized that without the Varus or without the Ryze, they don't have the damage to take that. A little bit of a misplay from the side of La Cueva. Maybe if that Ryze went with them, it could have been a very, very different game. Having that Baron buff, eliminating some of that gold lead, and having the Dragon Soul, they could have been able to win it off of that.
Yeah, ECA's got to be pretty ecstatic at this point for realizing that Baron was not taken and is still there for them to grab.
They're going to be looking to grab some vision back and building up. That's going to be the next objective that they're looking for. Elder Dragon just got taken. There's not a whole lot of towers left. What's next is Baron. Getting that vision, avoiding those face checks, and trying to take these fights. La Cueva getting a good push on mid lane while ECA is quite spread out. They might have caught them in rotation here. They might have the opportunity to get a little bit of damage on this inhibitor tower. At least see if they can get someone caught out. Caitlyn on the top side of the map with Poppy and Yuumi. But Lee Sin, recalling from the bottom lane, is not with them. They're not going to be wanting to fight without their primary long distance engage there. Again, they're going to want to try and get this Lee Sin into the back line, maybe onto the Corki. He's been doing a really good job at keeping this Caitlyn down at 2 and 11 deaths. Lee Sin has had it out for Caitlyn this game, making sure that that AD carry isn't going to get the chance to do that damage, that consistent damage from high range.
But the later the games go, the more everybody can start to complete items, and once we start to see that 6-item Caitlyn this late in the game, it's...
Yep, that's going to be gold lead, and number of deaths is irrelevant. When you've got your 6 items, you're just as strong as everyone else. A little bit of an opportunity here. Chasing down that Lee Sin, they're able to land that slow. Using the safeguard, Lee Sin was able to get away from that threat, though. Again, Yuumi and Poppy, with those move speed buffs and those slows, they're going to be really able to chase effectively. But we'll have to see here, is they're a little bit split, and that's a face check. The axe is going to land. Are they going to keep chasing that down, though? It doesn't look like they are. They're just trying to set up their zone control to pressure this Baron. You can see the Caitlyn traps all over right now.
Caitlyn needs to be careful to not take any more of those cues from Lee Sin, because one, that he can get back there, follow it up, and then turn around and ult and kick her back into his team, and that's pretty much the end of it.
All it takes is one. The first mistake. So he landed one there. He's going to go for it now. He's on the back line, kicking the Corki forward, going for the Corki as the target this time, as Corki's been the primary carry in these fights. Is Corki going to go down? Yes, the Q from Varus able to take down Corki. That's their primary damage down. Caitlyn's caught out. A little bit of damage, and Caitlyn will drop as well. Able to land that low health bars. Rakan with the quickness going in. Lee Sin again. One more auto on the Poppy will do it. And that is a huge team fight win from the side of La Cueva. Olaf is the only one remaining, and with these huge 35-second death timer on that Corki, I think they're going to be able to close out the game right here. Huge play from Easy Panda right there, getting onto that backline, using that Caitlyn to get there, not kicking the Caitlyn, but once you're that far back, kicking the Corki forward, they are able to win the team fight solely off of that Lee Sin play. Incredible play.
That was exceptional play. A good turn to get back there, realize, oh, I can't take this Caitlyn down. Let's go for the Corki.
Maybe they started realizing this 2 and 12 Caitlyn isn't doing as much during these team fights. Let's focus the Corki, who's dishing out a little bit more damage, causing a few more problems, and see how that turns the fight around.
Well, it was a great showing from both teams. Really exciting game. 46 minutes long, but was never boring throughout any of it.
Not for a moment.
So we're going to go ahead and take a short break, grab some water, and set up for the next game. Stay tuned. All right, and we are back with Game 2 of ECA versus La Cueva for the finals in the APS East vs. West tournament. Game 1 was won by La Cueva on blue side, giving them a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series. Our teams are back, and we are into the drafting phase, pick and ban phase, so let's get right back into it.
So the big thing that we're going to be looking for here is how does each team want to reply to what they saw as the strengths and weaknesses from the teams in Game 1. So the big things that I can think of from Early College Academy, ECA, they're going to be wanting to target, in my opinion, that really strong play from the jungle. And there it is. We see that Lee Sin ban. The Lee Sin, in my opinion, probably the MVP of that last game. So effectively getting onto the back line, was able to get some steals, secure those objectives. And in that final team fight, kicking back that Corky, able to lock that down, immediately knock down their number one threat, and end the game off of that. So it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do on a jungler that's not Lee Sin, because that Lee Sin has been so effective. The other things that we're seeing, the Poppy, which was ECA's strongest pick probably in terms of making plays happen, has been taken off the board as well. They're not going to get those flanks with those huge ultimates knocking back, three of the members of the team and allowing them to focus down one or two instead. So a lot of the strengths there have been taken away. The Rise, also a really strong team fighter, was dealing big damage. They took that off the board. And now we see La Cueva, they're going for the Zyre Rakan. That really strong bot lane synergy there. And we've got the Kaisa locked in from ECA. Jarvan, a very strong scaling jungler. He's not a monster in the late game, but he has so much effective crowd control that he's effective at all points in the game. But a super strong early ganker. It looks like ECA is going for the Yuumi again. They like that pick, but this time with the Kaisa instead of on the Caitlyn. And I'd expect to see this last pick here. Okay, they're going to go for the Ornn. I was expecting them to go for their jungler. That way they're not revealing anything, throwing themselves into any counter picks, but they've been defaulting onto this Ornn a lot, and I think it's been working pretty well for them. A very long range engage, very effective engage that allows them to follow up and hop into the team fights off the back of that.
Yeah, the Ornn has been a very effective pick for them throughout every single game, so I'm not surprised to see them pick it again. That their top player seems to be very, very comfortable on that champion, and they're able to use them pretty effectively, so it makes sense that they pick them up again.
Mm-hmm. So Yasuo taken off the board is one of the first bans. They don't want to see that in the mid lane. We'll have to see what ECA is going to ban away from the side of La Cueva. They're thinking about this one. They're going to take away the Ahri, so take away a mid lane champion, an assassin, a mage, very, very effective, strong wave clear, and can tear a team apart in the right hands. Because again, this mid lane and top lane still available. We'll have to see what the ban is going to come out from La Cueva. Do they focus that mid? Do they focus that top? And they're going to take away Garen. So they're going to take away a top laner, something that's decently effective in Ornn and a really strong champion right now. Now ECA with their final ban. Again, it could be towards the jungle, could be towards that mid lane. They're going to take away Nocturne, so they're going to target those junglers. They knew that that Nocturne was played in the first series earlier today, so they're going to take that off the board, as that was the default pick before Lee Sin started being something that La Cueva was playing with. So now taking away the two junglers that Easy Panda has been playing, they're going to make him play something that he might not have played yet in any of these series. He might not have played it today. They're putting him onto something he might be rustier with, and a LeBlanc is picked from the mid lane on La Cueva there. Very aggressive, very powerful, with constant kill threat in that mid lane. They're going to be looking to make some plays happen with that one, especially towards that bottom side, onto that Kai'Sa, onto that Yuumi, and a Veigar locked in. So an interesting matchup, as Veigar is immobile and can sometimes struggle into that LeBlanc matchup, but the Veigar cage is such an effective form of crowd control that it could really put them in a bad spot, where if they're able to stun, 3 or 4 targets in a team fight, that team fight can end right there.
Yeah, that Veigar is very, very hard to play around in team fighting, especially in some places when you're fighting around objectives where you have limited area to maneuver in there, close to the Dragon Pit or the Baron Pit.
The strongest zone control mage in the game right now, while also still being one of the highest single target damage dealers with that ultimate. Late game almost acting just as a full execute. If the wrong target gets hit by that, they will go down. So you're not really trading off anything to get that huge amount of zone control. This Veigar has been very popular in the pro play right now, pretty arguably one of the stronger mid picks in the game. But what we're seeing coming from the side of La Cueva, 2 assassins. They've got the Kha'Zix, they've got the LeBlanc. They're going to be looking to get backline onto that Veigar and take him out, as well as onto that Kai'Sa. We'll have to see how they're able to execute it, where they don't have as much of a playmaking jungler now, but they've definitely got a damage dealing one. So I'd expect to see a lot of early pressure from that Kha'Zix as well as the Jarvan, because into a Nasus top lane, he's just going to be sitting up there playing the long game, focusing on those stacks. How is Ornn going to deal with that? And how are the junglers going to interact with that top lane? A couple of tanks up there again.
It is great to see some of those more targeted bans. We get to see the different picks having to be chosen by each team, as opposed to just kind of going back to comfort picks or picks that we've seen a lot of. So I'm pretty excited. I always like to see different champions being played, especially this matchup. I'm looking forward to watching some Kazakhs plays and honestly some Vigar plays. I find that a very interesting champion to watch.
It's always fun to see the depth of the champion pool that these players are bringing to the table. We know they're good, but how good are they on a variety of champions in different situations when they get forced on champions that's not their number one pick? Everyone could say that they'd play great on their number one pick, but that's not always going to be what they're able to get. They need to deal with the junglers. They need to deal with late game. They need to deal with objectives now and how strong they are in this season when there's so much emphasis put on Rift Heralds, so much emphasis put on Dragons. And going for this Vagar, I think, is a really, really strong pick. The only thing that I worry about is, like when we're talking about this Kazakhs and this LeBlanc getting pulled out, is positioning is going to be crucial. Because there's not just one angle of threat now. There could be up to 3. You could have the Ornn, the Xayah, and the Rakan coming at you from one way, and then one assassin from each of the other directions. If they're playing the vision game well, they're going to have a lot of flank opportunities, and if they can get onto that back line and they can kill the Vagar before he's able to do much, then they might have an easy time cleaning up these fights because they've got a lot of damage coming out right now. They've got Xayah, LeBlanc, and Kazakhs, so if they can knock down one of those carries, that's really all of the damage. Because we know this Nasus isn't going to be too big until later. The Jarvan as well, he's a lot of utility, not a lot of burst. So we'll really have to see how that Vagar and that Kai'Sa are able to play around this multi-threat team coming from La Cueva, because they're putting the pressure on right now. With this draft, they're saying, we're going to take the fight to you. How are you going to handle it? Now that their backs are against the wall, La Cueva's up 1 game. This is sudden death right now. If they win this, it's done. They take home the tournament. So maybe ECA, though, are saving some of this stuff as their last resort picks. This Vagar, this Nasus, they're ones that we say, okay, what do we do if the first game doesn't go well? They've got these pocket picks ready to maybe surprise La Cueva a little bit and play something that they weren't expecting, play a different style, and might turn into a win for them.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how everything works out. That Jarvan, I was just noticing there's a lot of mobility on the side of the Bears here in regards to specifically Jarvan's ultimate. He can't really lock down too much anybody in there. Kazakhs can hop out, LeBlanc can dash out, Rakan can jump to somebody else. Xayah I'm not too familiar with. I'm not sure if she has any sort of escape mobility in that
Not
case.
a dash, but she has an ability that gives her a full invulnerability for a short moment, which is really effective against champions like that Jarvan or that Vagar. If the ult's coming towards her and she times her ult right, that's going to go on cooldown and she's not going to get hit by it. So it can be a very effective counter to assassins, burst mages, any champion with a nuke. One of the safer picks right now. As invulnerability, you can't get much better than that when you're caught out.
Yeah, so that could be very important if they happen to get caught by that Vigar stun and he tries to nuke them. It does give them a brief period of invulnerability, and we'll have to see how they play around with that.
Be really interesting to see. A big thing that I'm thinking as well is I know a lot of people like to, when a Nasus is picked, play into that Nasus from both sides of the jungle. You want to make sure your Nasus makes it out of the laning phase, but you also want to make sure as the enemy that Nasus does not stack effectively. For those who don't know, Nasus' Q, whenever it kills a minion, large monster, or champion, receives 3 and then 12 for large minions and champions additional damage onto that ability. So he's going to be trying to stack this. He's going to be last hitting minions to try and get to this point where he's a late game tank that can kill a carry in 2 hits. So I expect to see that Kazakhs spending a lot of time top lane and that Jarvan leaning towards there as well, possibly to counter gank this Kazakhs, because they want to make sure that they get that Nasus strong, because if the Nasus has a bad early game, is going to be useless late game. Not going to be dealing enough damage, not going to be getting backline access, and not going to be tanky enough to really be effective. So a big pick, because it could swing this game either way heavily. Now we're seeing again from ECA the line of scrimmage across the map. Their jungler in the mid lane, so that way they're not giving away information to which side of the map he's starting on, and all the entrances to the jungle are covered. They don't want to take any risks. They just want to grab their buffs, get as much information as they can, and get into the early laning phase in this jungle period. So we'll have to see what's done here.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see if the ECA can out farm early game as they did last time, and be able to it looks like La Cueva is a very aggressive team. So if they're in there getting kills, ECA is kind of, they either have to respond with kills of their own kind or keep up the farm to make sure that that gold lead does not start to snowball out of control for ECA.
And that's what we saw last game, is everything that ECA did, La Cueva had a reply. Although ECA had, the better early start, I think they got the first blood. There was quick replies coming from the side of La Cueva. They never got discouraged by plays that were made elsewhere. They say, if you're going to go top lane, we're going to go bottom lane. If you're going to go bottom lane, we're going to take Rift Herald. They always had something to counter everything that ECA was doing. And I think that could be a very effective in how their mentality goes into this game. Because now they've got some more aggressive laners, some winning lanes. They could have the better early game. So then they're not replying anymore. They're going to be setting the tone. Force ECA to reply to the moves that you're making instead of game one where it was the other way around.
Yeah, there were some very smart plays in the last game. I'm excited to see what they've learned from each other, having kind of dusted off that rust from the last time they may have encountered each other, and see what they can pull out this time. See if they have any tricks up their sleeves.
Mm-hmm. It'll be an interesting one to see for sure. Ornn getting the early push up top. Really trying to get some of the harass onto that Nasus. The big thing with Nasus is when you can take these fights and force some of those cooldowns, aside from the Q, the stack, that's going to be where the damage comes from, Nasus's his W and his E are quite costly. And I find one of the most effective ways to play against that champion is to take short fights, force him to use those cooldowns, run him out of mana, because he can't stack if he doesn't have mana, and he can't use his escape, his offensive and defensive abilities. And that's what we're seeing a little bit here, going for some aggression. That mana bar is getting a little bit lower, but now what they have to be careful of is, as we can see, that Kha'Zix is there. The jungle threat is here. So if he's able to bait out another fight on this Ornn, then they might have it, and they're going for it.
Looks like they're going for it.
The knockup lands. And at this point, I don't think there's a whole lot that can be done. Yep, there goes the Kha'Zix, jumping over that wall, securing the first blood. So this is going to be the first step to them taking over this top lane. But Jarvan's here. And Jarvan is not going to be seen by the Kha'Zix walking down from top lane. So Jarvan's coming in for the gank on this low health Ornn.
Kha'Zix going back top, trying to see if he can help him out. Ornn stalling as long as possible, flashing away.
And here comes the backup. Flash burned, the slow lands, the leap is used, another slow, and that kill is going to be secured. Really good play, really quick from the communication between the Ornn and the Kha'Zix. For as soon as that Jarvan showed, Ornn said, come back quick, and was able to stall just enough time that they were to lock down that Jarvan. And just barely getting away. But now we might have an issue of Ornn staying a touch too long.
Yep.
A little bit of greed. That's going to be some gold going back towards the side of this Nasus. Nasus still having flash, still having ignite, versus a flashless Ornn now. We'll have to see what Kha'Zix is going to do to reply here.
When coming back in, picking up one item and level 1 boots.
A lot of trading happening in this top lane. But a lot of damage coming down onto this Ornn. Just teleporting back and already at low health again. That ignite and flash is still up. We might see a flash ignite Q here.
Got the slow.
It's knocked up. And there it is. Ignite saved and just hanging on.
Yeah,
that's
still
going to be big.
No summoner spells burnt for Nasus.
See, we thought that we were in a situation where this Nasus might have been struggling a little bit, but this Nasus now seems like he's far ahead. Small team fight happening here. The exhaust onto that Kha'Zix really big, really holding him back. And that's going to be a kill secured on that Kha'Zix. A little bit of poor positioning there. It looked like a flash in place almost. And the ignite and the auto attack, that's going to be a kill for the LeBlanc. Snare landing on that Jarvan, so the rest of the team's coming in. Knockup misses on that Veigar, but they're able to lock down that Jarvan kill. Exhaust down. Are they going to have anything to do here? No, they're going to call it there. They're going to take a step back. Again, they secured a kill. Like what we're seeing again, constant replies for every move that's being made. We've got a 400 gold lead right now. We're going to clear out a little bit of vision. They're in a position with their jungler back where they might look to take this this Cloud Drake right now. Recall stopped by the Ornn. Being a little bit of a nuisance for this Nasus. Knockup lands. Just a sliver of health left. One auto would have done it.
Unfortunate. Should have watched those cooldowns a little bit more.
But nonetheless, they're going to grab that that Cloud Drake. That's going to mean ult cooldown reduction. What the nice thing that Ornn is doing here is though forcing that Nasus off of CS and stopping those recalls from happening. Every minute that Nasus isn't stacking, it's going to delay that strength. And for how low he is right now, he might not be able to get the stacks that he wants here. He's just forced to last hit while staying safe. What he really should do is just recall. It doesn't matter the minions that he misses. He's wasting time by staying in lane that low. Second round of buffs picked up by the junglers here. Not a whole lot to be taken though. With that dragon off the board, if it's not Rift Herald, they're just looking to farm up as best they can. You can see the farm a lot more even in this game compared to the last one. Even at the top, even in the jungle, even mid, and even through those 80 carries. So we've got a much closer game here, just in terms of the laning phase, which a big thing that we saw from the last game is a little bit weaker laning from La Cueva, but clearly they have picked some better laners. They're not messing around this game.
No, they're definitely coming out a little bit stronger than last time. Been a very active 8 minutes with one Cloud Drake going down, 7 kills on the board. It's definitely not been too much downtime for anybody.
I have to see Jarvan right now. Looks like he's on that Rift Herald trying to grab that up as there's not any vision going on here. We'll have to see what Kha'Zix is able to do while that's being taken.
Yeah, luckily Kha'Zix is topside, so we'll see if he's going to go and check that soon. And
But they're still not sure of it happening. It looks like he might go check it here. A ward's going to maybe pop over that wall, and it gets taken. But they're in gank position on this top lane. Can the knockup land? There's the knockup. Kha'Zix is going in, teleport coming out. That's going to be a beautiful CC chain onto the Kha'Zix, and they're going to knock him down.
Ornn
really
forced
good
flash
teleport.
out of the Jarvan ult.
Really good teleport from that Veigar, not necessarily contributing much to the fight, but applying pressure, stopping them from continuing. But LeBlanc roaming up now as well. Interesting to see what she might be able to do here.
Rift Herald someone in the top lane. They're looking to take this outer turret, get some of that extra gold for first turret kill and getting all the plates.
And that's going to be, again, not respecting that Veigar cage. Getting caught in the middle of it means you can't walk away from that damage. So now it's swung in the side of ECA a little bit. They've now got a little bit of the lead. And a fight happening in the bot lane. Rakan going in, landing the abilities, landing the quickness. Will they be able to secure the kill, though?
Ooh, great use of defensive exhaust there.
You have to wonder, for that Xayah, if the Blade Caller pulling those feathers back was available, that would have secured the kill, as that ultimate throws out a series of these feathers that, when pulled back, deal damage. And the feathers were in position, but you didn't see them pulled back. So you have to wonder if that was on cooldown there, because that would have secured them that kill. Low health bars from ECA now, though. Might be looking to take a little bit of plate damage for La Cueva.
Interestingly, that tower in top lane was not taken for ECA.
One plate remaining. They didn't want to overstay their welcome there, but I think they wanted to get that tower. So we'll have to see if they revisit it quickly here to finish it off before that 14-minute mark. This Nasus that we felt like was going to get punished early game, now 3-1. Very worrisome when you get that champion ahead early.
Just continuing to farm those stacks so they can become more and more aggressive late game.
Really well played from this LeBlanc. Looks like we're going to end up with a solo kill here.
Excellent play from that.
Able to use those dashes to play around that cage. And like we mentioned, when that cage isn't effective, you've got a very immobile champion that's mostly skill shots. That's going to be very hard to stop from killing you. And that's going to be Nasus using that Ignite again to go to 4-1-1 now. 400 gold bounty. And they need to be careful because this is now a dog in the top lane that's going to be free stacking shortly here, as there's not going to be much damage able to be dealt to him. His passive gives him lifesteal. He's got his Sheen, so every hit he's going to be healing up any damage that a tank might have been able to do. But now, this Ornn isn't going to be dealing enough damage to get through his sustain. So he's going to be getting chipped away, and any damage he puts out is going to be healed back up. It's really, really rough in that top lane now. And we see a fight coming around and around this dragon. Quickness is in. They're going to land the crowd control. Flashes out.
4-person stun from that Yuumi ult.
Amazing stun. The crowd control was huge there.
ECA ties it up in one-to-one dragons.
And with that second dragon being taken, we see that it is an Ocean Soul map. A reminder, the Ocean Soul, it's going to mean we've got more bushes on the map right now. There's more of the fruit that can heal up those junglers along their routes. The Ocean Dragon alone gives HP per 5 seconds, and that Dragon Soul is going to be HP and mana on hit. So that's what we're going to be playing for in this game. Again, looking to grab a few more plates on the side of ECA here. They've built up a 3k gold lead now, winning a couple of these fights. But here they've got 4 people in versus these 3 in the bot lane here. Knock-up lands. Let's see if they have the damage to close these out. Yes, they are going to get 1, but that will be all they get. 1 trade back kill is going to be big, though. They spent a lot for it, but that's going to help pull them back a little bit in this gold lead.
Starting to look pretty similar to last game, where you have a slight gold lead from ECA that they managed to maintain the entire time. However, that didn't mean anything at the end of the game.
Now this Nasus is in an interesting position where Kha'Zix is behind enemy lines. They might have an angle where they could get on this Veigar. And they're able to lock down that Veigar. A very good play from that Kha'Zix to just barely close him off, and flashing out of tower range. And then he's just going to get knocked down by Nasus using that E, that Spirit Fire. Again, they're not respecting the damage. To stay around when your health bar is that low just doesn't make any sense. There was nothing to gain from that. And instead, they traded a kill when they had a small victory. So again, we're working with that 2,000 gold lead now, but a close game nonetheless. Some good damage coming out from that LeBlanc. The engage coming out.
Ooh, strong engage.
But this Nasus can't get in to help out. It's Jarvan alone. Jarvan's going to go down to ignite. But LeBlanc is going to get traded as well. This Nasus is still going. But the tower should be able to get him here. Yep, that shutdown gold is all going to go to that Kha'Zix. That's going to be a huge amount of gold just dropped into his pocket for grabbing that. So it's going to be 3 for 2 in favor of ECA. So they're going to have gotten a little bit of strength from that, but we're only looking at still about a 2,000 gold lead. The big thing is, again, this Nasus is getting so big with these stacks. You can see he's able to just run people down, using that Wither to slow their movement speed and even diving them under towers. He's tanky, and he's dealing a lot of damage. But by dying there, he's giving some of that gold back to that Kha'Zix. So they're pretty strong on the side of La Cueva as well. They've got a little bit more strength split amongst their members. 3-1 on that LeBlanc. 3 kills still on that Kha'Zix. Although there's 4 deaths there, that's going to be a champion that, as we saw in that mid lane earlier there, pretty much able to solo kill that Veigar, and that's still without a completed item yet.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It feels like it might come down to that Rakan trying to have to save himself, or himself alone, save the Xayah from any engage from either the Nasus or the Jarvan or the Veigar, because you have the 2 assassins and then an Ornn who can be tanky, but they can just kite around him if they needed to.
Yeah, this Xayah playing around the slow and the damage of this Nasus will be important. She's got some great kiting tools, but if she gets withered and knocked down early, There's a lot of zoning potential that come from that Nasus, so it'll be interesting to see the dynamic of how these team fights go, because there's so many tanks and backline access and gap closers from these assassins that's going to make these team fights very unconventional. I feel like there's going to be a lot of presence. Oh, look, we've got a fight here, and that's, again, the power of that cage catching out and bursting down that Kha'Zix. A very fragile jungler needs to play in the sides and the shadows of the fight.
Oh no.
A stun landing into the knockup, and there come those nukes, and he is going to go down.
The back.
Nasus is on the Xayah. This is not looking good for LaCueva. That is going to be an ace.
That was an excellent pinching maneuver from
Clean
ECA
ace,
coming in,
using Fog of War really effectively with that cage to pick down those champions one at a time.
Yeah, but it seems like the Bears were definitely not expecting that Xayah and Yuumi to come in from the back right there and just lock them down and be able to turn that team fight.
So Rift Herald summoned mid lane. They're going to knock that tower down. Jarvan is on the dragon. He's going to be grabbing that up. So again, they're really focusing the objectives that they want to take after they get those kills. Going to get 2 charges out of the Rift Herald there. It's going to be huge for some tower damage. That mid tier 2 is going to be sitting pretty low now. And an Ocean Drake going over to ECA. Again, Ocean Drake's is going to be health regen per 5. LeBlanc possibly caught out here. Ooh. Good use of those distortions to play the mobility game. But Nasus is coming anyway, again, paired with that Yuumi. A lot of movement speed and a lot of slow potential, but has he been caught out? Did he extend too far? The shutdown's going to go to that LeBlanc. Yumi's going to die for this one as well. But again, what are they doing up that far? Just the 2 of them versus 4 champions there.
There's a little bit of greed, a little bit of overestimating their abilities.
And there's that Vhagar one-shot coming out again. So much damage. Gold lead staying a lot closer than the score would indicate, because again, these games have been so back and forth. Next objectives that are going to be on the map, with that dragon just getting taken, there's the potential for a second Rift Herald. But at 19 minutes, I believe the timer is not going to work out for it. It's going to be Baron coming up. And that's going to be the next objective. But with so many towers still on the map, I expect that towers are going to be still the priority for the next little bit here. It's going to be some time before the next dragon creates a fight. That mid-tier 2 from LaCueva is very low. ECA should be looking to push that down. But then the tier 1s from ECA of top and mid lane are both still up. And that's free gold on the map. That's pretty easy to take for LaCueva now that they've got some items. It's past that 8 minutes, so the tower plating is down. They just need to grab some of that gold and close this gold lead a little bit, sitting at about 4,500.
And there's that Baron spawning.
They've got eyes on Jarvan. They might be looking to collapse on him here. They've got all their members. And they're just going to back off. They don't know where the rest of the members of ECA are. They're going to take the safe route. A lot of flashes are up. All the flashes on the side of LaCueva. So if they're looking to hop into a fight, this might be the opportunity to do so.
A little bit of posturing around Baron. I'm curious if anybody's going to be brave enough to start it, or they're just going to look to try to get a pick before anybody goes in.
Red stolen by Nasus there. Again, the way they're moving around here, they might be looking to catch this fight. If they're not careful, they're going to find themselves in the middle of the team.
Yeah, Vhagar a little bit out of place in the bottom.
Kha'Zix has the flank. He has the backside access now. That flash used by Kha'Zix might be able to get out of here. But the Scuttle's going to offer that additional speed boost for the Jarvan. Yeah, very caught out. He's not going to be making it out of this one.
Nope.
And that's their smite down. They might just hop right onto Baron here.
It seems like it would have been a pretty safe play, I think, with their entire team up and having the smite down. But it looks like they might just want to go in and push that mid lane in a little bit, see if they can maybe get a tower, get a...
Yeah, they're thinking inhibitors right now. Short trade there, not a whole lot coming from it, and Kha'Zix is back up now, so they missed their window while that champion was down. They're just looking to counter jungle a little bit, take some resources, get control of vision again. They really should have gone for that Baron there. Again, they were right there where they killed him. It would have been an easy cleanup. Having that smite still means it would have been relatively hard to contest. Now leaning a little bit towards the bottom side. That next dragon is going to be coming up soon. If they're going to be looking for that dragon soul, they're going to want to be on this.
Looks like it's another Ocean Drake spawning here in the next 20 seconds or so.
Yuumi ult coming out. Knock-up lands on that Nasus. Going to be important to keep an eye on him. Horn misses. So those are some cooldowns traded with nothing coming from it, and that's going to mean that these are on cooldown for this next fight. Doesn't really look like LaQueva's wanting to contest this too hard. They're posturing it, but they need to be careful.
Dragon very low. Oh, nope.
Dragon's going to go down, and now here comes ECA. They're going for it. That first kill landed. The Yuumi able to land the slows on that Xayah. Flash forward from Kai'Sa, able to secure that kill. Rakan's going to have to use the quickness just to get out of there. And now ECA is ready to march down this mid lane and see if they can't start knocking on these inhibitor doors. Now with not a whole lot to defend this inhibitor tower, this should be pretty free going to the side of ECA. We'll see if they're able to get the inhibitor as well, if they're just going to stop at that tower.
Looks like they just want to take the tower and get out. Maybe reset. And
they're going for the safer play. They know they don't need to overstay. They can take their time. They've got a solid lead now. This gold lead, 7, almost 8,000. They're able to build on that. And opening that base now means, regardless of minions, as soon as they have an advantage, maybe get some kills in the next team fight, they're able to take that inhibitor. And they can use that to play around the rest of the map.
Yeah, much larger kill lead this game than last game. ECA not doing as much as being able to answer 1-for-1 like in the last game and keeping everything even. ECA seems to have a pretty commanding lead at this point.
We'll have to see what they're able to do with this lead, how they're able to control it, and see if they're able to go without making any mistakes here and kind of giving up some of these opportunities. There are a lot of bounties on the side of ECA. If they're going to get caught out again by these assassins, they're going to be giving over some gold. It's also going to be quite interesting to see what objective play ECA goes for now. One more dragon gets them Dragon Soul, but Dragon won't be up for a little bit, but Baron is active right now. They've got these lanes pushed up. And it looks like they're going for it.
Starting the Baron.
Leading with that Nasus, tanking so well, healing so much. Here comes Ornn to get a ward on it, but I don't know if they're in a position to do anything about it, even if they were. Kha'Zix is bottom side. And that's going to be Baron over to ECA. So now they're going to be looking to take this into that mid lane, march down where there isn't a tower to stop them. They're going to be looking to take this inhibitor now. Looks like they're sending Kai'Sa back to stop the Kha'Zix. And they're going to be slowly using these Baron-empowered minions to be chipping down in this middle lane.
The extra range on those Baron minions really helps with sieging in these instances. It's almost impossible for you to get back there to deal any damage to them without running into the entire team.
Have to see here. Kha'Zix looking for the fight. But Veigar is roaming down on it. I feel like they should have stuck with it in that mid lane to try and take that inhibitor. But Veigar comes. and presses R and cleans up that Kha'Zix. Now with the Kha'Zix down, they should be looking to march down this mid lane. They've got 30 seconds, and that's a caught out Xayah. It's going to go down. The snare is going to land, and they're going to keep chasing them down. They're looking towards that Ornn. The quickness comes out from Rakan. And they're going to push them away without getting any kills here. But they need to be careful. Diving these towers, they just need to focus on the objectives, because they might be able to end the game right here.
Yeah, they have the Baron buff still, Baron empowered minions.
10 seconds on Xayah. And it looks like they're just going to back off, reset, and try it again. Again, not wanting to take any unnecessary risks here. They know if they just take this slow that they'll be able to close this game out.
Yeah, they want to reset, and it looks like the next dragon is coming up here pretty soon, within a minute or so.
So we'll have to see what items are coming out from these purchases. Lots of wards, a couple completed items. The final buy, likely before ECA tries and make this big final push. They're going to look to grab up this Ocean Drake, get the Ocean Soul, and then they might be looking to close this one out. There's not a whole lot more that they're going to be able to do, but they should have a free time getting at this last objective, this dragon. They've got a blue buff put over onto the Veigar. That's going to be more cooldown reduction. That's going to be mana regeneration, which means he's going to have that cage more frequently for these next team fights. So here we go. Both teams meeting around this dragon pit. Nasus is going in pretty hard after this Kha'Zix here.
Chasing the Kha'Zix away. They want to keep that smite as far away as possible.
So now this means that the Nasus isn't really in a position. He's got a flank, but he's not their front line anymore. Let's see what he can do. The Kha'Zix is going to go down to the Veigar. Guardian Angel popped. Xayah is trying to deal with this Nasus alone now. That's not going to go very well for her. And here comes Nasus onto the backside of the fight.
He's just going to chase down this LeBlanc.
And that's another stack going to that queue.
Secure the Ocean Drake, securing that Ocean Soul.
And this looks like a teleport from the Veigar going into the base. This should be the end of this game for him.
Looks like we had a surrender on Laquela's side.
Just wanting to end that one a little bit earlier.
All right, well, another strong game from both of them. ECA kind of took a early, pretty commanding lead and just never gave it up. That Nasus in the top lane really proved to be a really big threat throughout the entire game.
Became more than what Laqueva could handle. So now the series is tied up 1-1. We're going into our final game of this best of 3. So now winner take all.
Winner take all, yeah. We will be right back in just a few minutes. All right, we are back. The third game in the La Cueva Bears versus the ECA Fed Feeders for the title of Best in the City, East vs. West. We are already into pick and ban phase, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. And let's see where this game takes us.
So now after last game, which was decided pretty quickly and pretty decisively, I expect again to see some quick adjustments made, champions that are going to be banned out. I'm a little bit surprised not to see the Nasus ban early here. If La Cueva's thinking that they can play differently and maybe make that not as much of an issue, but it became a very big issue very quickly last game. And even when they were able to put it a little bit behind early, it seemed like that they made up for their good play with some poor play for the side of ECA. And that Nasus got big and was too tanky and did too much damage for them to do anything about. But yeah, so the ban's coming out a little bit AD carry targeted. Again, taking away that Lee Sin. They don't want La Cueva with that Lee Sin again. That's pretty arguably what won them the first game. The Vlad also taken away is something that we saw is very effective in the earlier series with La Cueva and Del Norte. But the Darius picked on infections.
A very, very decisive Darius pick.
Yes.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. A huge lane bully and an absolute monster in the right hands. So clearly not afraid of whatever ECA has to put up against that Darius. And a Kane locked in as well. A pretty strong jungler, a lot of variable gank routes as he can move through those walls. And once he gets to the point where he gets to pick his form, red form or blue form, people more commonly going red form, very strong, very tanky, a lot of crowd control, and should be a pretty good answer to this Jarvan. But the Jarvan was pretty effective in the last game. We'll have to see if they can make some adjustments. ECA, they're not doing anything too crazy, too different than what they've done here. They're sticking with similar champions that they've had success with, going for the Yuumi again, Kai'Sa, Jarvan. The Galio coming out for the mid lane of La Cueva would be pretty big, though. Again, they've got some big crowd control, some globals. They're looking to really support these team fights, protect this Darius, allow him to get strong through roams, through creative ganks. So I expect them to make a lot of moves towards this top lane and take a lot of early fights on the top side of this map to try and see if they can get this Darius to pop off and carry the game. So the Veigar being banned out, though, again, they don't want to deal with those cages, which that was the real turning point, was in the mid game. They got caught out a couple of times with just one or two really solid cages, and then the game snowballed off of that. It wasn't necessarily the Veigar taking over from the beginning. It was just a couple of moments in that mid game, and they really weren't able to pull it back after the mistakes that they made there.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult champion to play around. It's just a massive stun area you can get. You basically just close off an entire area of the map for a few seconds.
So the final ban coming across is the Corki, something that they've picked again. So remaining, they've got their mid laner and their top laner. So I'd be interested to see what they're going to show. I'd expect them to go for their top laner first. Okay, and they go for the mid. Orianna into the Galio. A little bit of a tougher matchup. Again, Galio doing so well with building magic resistance. Although he can get poked down a little bit, he's going to shine in matchups against magic damage champions. So the Orianna, a great control mage, but might be at risk of getting a little bit bullied by this Galio at times. And a Vayne locked in.
Ooh, interesting.
That'll be very interesting to see. Very high skill cap, short range, but massive, massive damage. And a Nautilus to go with it to keep that Vayne safe in the bottom lane. This will be a pretty interesting game. There's a lot of crowd control coming from the side of La Cueva. They've got some big carry champions, but all over a lot of threats. And Malphite locked in for ECA. So that Malphite will be going into that Darius. And that's a little bit of a tough matchup. Although Malphite builds a lot of armor and really lane bully, he's going to take advantage of the fact that Malphite has a very short range and could end up punishing him pretty difficult here. So we'll have to see how that matchup goes, and again, how the junglers are going to impact this top lane. Both top laners are taking Ignite. Both junglers have been leaning a little bit more towards that top lane, so we'll have to see what happens. I'm expecting to see somewhat of a farm matchup. from mid, but Galio, with that dash and with that taunt, has a lot of crowd control potential and can really set up ganks quite effectively. Bottom lane as well, with this Nautilus, he's going to have that hook available, and it's going to be devastating if he can land it on the right target. And with that Yuumi hopping on to Kai'Sa, there's only going to be one target for him to go for. So we'll have to see how that ends up happening, because Vayne is a champion that, if Vayne gets ahead, is going to be doing insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, apologies on the stream starting and stopping. I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties, but we should be back in. Nothing has been lost so far. Game is still loading in. We got about 2 minutes until we're there, so we're just going to continue to speculate as what's going to happen in this game.
ECA is playing pretty consistent with their picks. They're sticking with this Kai'Sa Yuumi. They went with the Jarvan again. They're switching it up a little bit. They've got the ball delivery system with that Malphite. They're going to put the Orianna ball on that Malphite. Malphite's going to dive into the team fight, and they're going to look to pair those crowd controls, those ultimates up, to deal some big damage and start off their fights. The only thing with that is that, with this team comp that we're looking at, I don't believe that they're going to end up grouping too much. Galio has his global. He can come from all over the map. Darius is going to be probably looking for flanks with the Kayn, as they're wanting to get backline. So, we might have a Nautilus and a Galio as a little bit of that front line. We'll have to see how this Wombo combo works going into this team comp, which is going to be dealing a lot of damage from a lot of different champions and from a lot of directions again. It should be very interesting to see. Yeah. 1 minute and 30 seconds until we're getting underway here, and I'm excited to see how this best of 3 series for the championship is going to close out. Both games have been so exciting. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, especially with this top lane matchup again. There's been so much dependent on these top matchups that I think Darius versus Malphite is going to be what decides this tournament.
Yeah, and we could very well see Darius just dominate the lane, become a very strong. We know that this top laner is a very strong top laner, and even if they do dominate this Malphite, then you have something interesting where the Malphite's not totally useless. As you said, he is the ball delivery system for the Orianna. He can still get back in there, just skip the entire team, get back and start to lock down that Vayne just long enough for them to maybe secure a kill on that. Meanwhile, you have the Darius, who, if he gets strong enough, can just kind of be like the Nasus in the last game and just sort of waltz wherever he wants to, walks through everybody and gets into the back line to fight that Kai'Sa or take out that Orianna.
The Malphite's going to be effective regardless of how the lane goes. Just as the ball delivery system, the big question is going to be how much gold gets given away to this Darius before he's able to get there. Because if this turns into a solo kill Darius where he keeps on getting these kills, it doesn't matter that the Malphite's going to be relevant later. What matters is the fact that this Darius could 1v5 your team before you're able to do anything with it. And if they're focusing this Darius, the Kayn, the Galio, and the Vayne, they're still going to be able to deal big amounts of damage. With that Galio and the taunt as well, even if you try focusing down the Darius, you might not be able to. That Galio, the heroic entrance, on top of the Darius, if he gets into the middle of the team fight, is going to be devastating. And they're not going to have the easiest time trying to kill this Darius when they've got everyone else around him layering this crowd control, layering these knockups. So this could be a very, very interesting matchup to see how it goes. We've got the Wombo combo versus a beautiful team fighting comp. So, 2 great comps, great drafts here. We'll have to see who's able to play it better.
Yeah, once again, it's exciting. Seeing some new champions in there. We got the Darius we haven't seen before, the Kayn, the Galio, the Vayne. Lots of new champs, lots of new things to happen. We're just about ready to load into the Rift, and we will see how this game turns out. I'm really excited. All right, here we go. Both teams are loading into the Rift.
All right, now I expect to see similar plan from ECA where they're going for this line of scrimmage. You can see the pings coming across now. They just want to protect any of these angles where they can get invaded from. They want to make sure that they're getting as much information as they can while giving away as little as they can. Keeping that Jarvan in the mid lane. That way, if he gets spotted out, you can't tell whether he's going to the top or the bottom side. But Potato Lover going for a little bit of movement here. Let's see what he might be able to spot out. It looks like he's going to back off. Doesn't want to do too much here. Grabbed a little bit of information. And then they're going to back off and kind of hold the bottom side of their jungle safe.
Once again, they've drawn that line just downriver. As typical, no one trying to get out and do anything too interesting in this. This is the game for all the beans, I believe is the saying.
So Jarvan's going to be starting on the top side, going for that red buff. Kane, as per usual, usually ends up starting with the Raptors, as his kit allows him to take them extremely quickly. And we're underway. Some missing pings on the top side of the map from the Darius, letting the rest of the team know that Jarvan is probably starting on the top side. To see who's pushing for these early level 2s to possibly get a little bit of an advantage, have an opportunity to go for this first blood. Jarvan hovering around the top side right now, might be going for a gank here.
As we've seen the last few games, neither team is too afraid about getting aggressive, getting in the other team's face, and trying to get those
amazing flash from the Darius. The ignite comes out. Is it going to be enough? First blood goes to the Darius. With the last tick, is he able to trade that, and he wins that 2v1. He's able to get the advantage. He's got the wave in the better spot. He got first blood and spent all of Jarvan's time just to get that. A little bit of a fight happening in the mid lane. All the crowd control landing on the Orianna. Orianna now kiting away, trading some autos, but a great trade for that Galio.
Looks like Kane's just trying to power farm a little bit. Get ahead of Jarvan, even though Jarvan is still currently
doing a full
up.
clear. But obviously having the knowledge that Jarvan went there, Kane knows that Jarvan hasn't gone to his bot side jungle yet. We'll have to see how that impacts the XP difference between these two junglers in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, that Malphite's pushed in pretty far with that Kane being up there at top.
I'd expect to see Kane after this Crump go towards that. And we've got a fight down in the bot lane. The crowd control landed on that Kai'Sa. Heal used. And that is that third proc for Vayne landing that kill. And Vayne is not a strong early laner. To be getting kills early is a very, very rough sign. That's not a champion you want to get to head. Not much going to come from that one, but a little bit of damage from Kane onto that Malphite means he's going to get a little bit closer to unlocking his form. For those who don't know, Kane evolves after dealing a certain amount of damage to either ranged or melee champions. Melee champions give him his red form, and ranged champions give him his blue form, which is like an assassin. He's going to be wanting to focus on these melee champions to get to that red form. It offers a lot of healing, a lot of tankiness, and a lot of crowd control. Is generally considered to be the better way to play Kane. Now let's see, a level 2 Malphite here, just leveled up. They might be looking for the kill. They're going to get it. A very successful dive coming out here. Darius starting it off, taking the damage, backing away, and giving it to that Kane.
It was a very, very clean gank, very clean tower dive. Very well played by Kane and Darius up top.
Yeah, and we need to look at the CS difference. This Malphite was only able to pick up 4 creeps to the 32 of Darius. Having that death, not having teleport, means he's going to be really far behind right now. He's going to be missing a lot of these creeps that are bumping into that top tower. It's going to be really difficult for him to stand in lane versus this Darius. And some of that strength being spread out to the Kane, so that Kane can try and gank some other lanes and give a little bit of power to some other areas on the map.
Starting to get a little bit of positioning around. Looks like red side has started the dragon. That first Drake is the Infernal Drake.
Yeah, ECA wanting to grab up this Infernal because they just saw Kane on the top side of the map. Let's see what ends up happening here. We've got 3v3.
Ooh, can they get that Jarvan away?
The dragon taken by the Kai'Sa, but this is going to be the kills going over to the side of La Cueva, I believe, here. They able to land anything? And no, it looks like they're just going to get that one kill. Very close. But the dragon going to the side of ECA, That's going to be an Infernal Drake. We haven't seen the Infernal Drakes yet. It's going to be 5% AP and AD to the side of ECA now. So not going to have too much of an impact in this early game, but come late game, that's going to be really big in who's going to win these team fights, because that's a lot of additional damage.
Yeah. So top lane is, we kind of predicted it is perhaps what may have happened is that the Darius just completely shuts out this Malphite. But then, as you know, we had stated before, once the Malphite hits level 6, he's still a pretty big factor in this game.
It's going to be how irrelevant can the Darius make him, because if he's, staying at this 8 CS, he's not going to be very tanky. He's going to be able to deliver the ball, but that's about it. But if this Darius becomes monstrous from the gold that he was able to get from him, then they're going to have a little bit of trouble, because this Darius is going to be tanky, and if he's not focused, he's going to be able to single-handedly rip your team apart. But Jarvan's looking top lane again. But this is a level 4 and 5 Jarvan and Malphite to a level 6 Darius. And with Darius getting that ultimate, he could win this. Orianna coming up top right now as well, though. There should be missing ping, so he knows that he's in a little bit of danger. Orianna's the only one with the ultimate coming out.
3-on-1.
Here's a teleport coming in. They're going to back out for this. They don't want to mess with this. Even with the man advantage, they know they don't have ultimates. So they're not going to win that fight.
Yeah, it was a good try, but it was a smart play to back out. However, Darius is just going to say, you know what, let's continue this fight.
Going for that all-in. The bleed might be able to finish him off. Oh, the bleed is going to. Yes, so that is a kill traded. 1 for 1. Darius was able to land his kill. Galio is able to there to come and help, but not able to save him. He needs to be careful now. There's still a lot of damage that can come out from that Orianna and Jarvan if he ends up getting himself caught out. But this is Kayn coming into the bot lane. Exhaust down, CC lands, Kayn ultimate is in, and that is going to be a dead Kai'Sa. Will they be able to get the Yuumi as well? Ooh, the auto attack onto the minion instead of onto that Yuumi for that third proc on Vayne's Silver Bolts. That might have been able to get them the kill. Nonetheless, they come out ahead. You're going to be taking these creeps, maybe trying to get a little pressure on the tower, take some plates. Jarvan looks like he's on that rift for ECA, trying to grab that Rift Herald.
A really strong early showing from Laqueva, but as the last few games have shown, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
But a massive lead in this top lane. They need to be really worried about how this Darius is building up. 13 CS on their Malphite. He's not going to be able to get very much strength here, and as Darius gets stronger and stronger, it's going to be harder for him to grab creeps. Down 2 levels right now. And as what we've seen is that Laqueva is ready to support that Darius when they try and gank him, so I don't even think Jarvan can look top too much. They're going to risk getting outplayed and end up getting this Darius stronger than he already is. I think they need to try their best to stop that bleeding, but try and build up leads in other parts of the map.
Haven't seen a whole lot going on mid lane. It looks like Orianna's just... Well, actually both Galio and Orianna have gone top a few times, so not a whole lot. Camera is focused in mid lane, but the mid lanes have done, and 1 kill on Orianna, 2 assists on Galio. So they're not just sitting back and farming, they're actually getting out there and helping.
Yeah, like we were saying though, the lane itself, a little bit of a safe lane. They're going to be trying to roam both somewhat control mages. They're going to be trying to have an impact on the rest of the map, as there's not a whole lot of kill pressure coming out for either of them.
Less than a minute on the next Drake. Not entirely sure which one that it is. Looks like it's a Cloud Drake.
Standard laning, the same thing in this bot lane we've been seeing is this Yuumi using that poke to try and chip down, but they really need to be careful for that engage, because this Nautilus has shown time and time again that engage is very, very strong, and if they land it, that they're going to win that fight. They've got too much damage there. A little bit of a trade happening in the mid lane. A good chunk put onto that Orianna by Galio. Darius able to land the hook, should be able to get a little bit of damage off. And that's going to be a solo kill.
Massive chunks. with the ignite, with the bleed.
Ignite the bleed with the ultimate, dealing true damage. This could be a kill here. One more tower shot might take him down. No, he survives that one. Very close, but again, this Kayn getting those pieces he needs to transform. Should be pretty close to that point now.
Again, nobody really going back to heal up yet. That Cloud Drake being on the map now.
Laqueva going for it, but might be peeling off of it to deal some damage right now. They're looking for the fight. Teleports come in. Yuumi ult's going to come out, lock him down.
Ooh, catches Vayne.
But they don't have the positioning to follow up on that. Nautilus going in. Kai'Sa goes down.
Ooh, dragon secured for Laqueva.
Huge that they're able to get the dragon, and it looks like they're going to be able to walk out of this with the kills as well. This Vayne dealing so much damage. Triple kill for the Vayne. 5-0-2 now on a champion that typically has a very poor early game. This champion is going to get so strong, so fast now. Going for that Blade of the Ruined King first. That max health damage pairs so well with the passive. And this is going to be a dead Orianna as well. So well done in order to lock down that champion. 7 assists on the Galio. Not getting the big kills, but you can't underestimate the value of all of that crowd control he brings. The taunt, the ultimate, the knockups. Very, very effective and really showing how strong that pick can be. So now, in that last fight, we saw the dragon go down. It was picked up by the side of Laqueva, and we were informed that it was going to be an Ocean Soul map.
Vayne completing Blade of the Ruined King and
Berserker Greaves.
Greaves.
So that's going to be a lot of attack speed, a lot of damage, a very big power spike for that Vayne.
Ooh, flash burn on Darius.
And the hook lands onto Kai'Sa. Again, they're going to be looking for the damage here. No AD carry there, though. Here comes the AD carry. What can they do now? Interesting positioning. They really weren't able to get the fight off that they wanted. Vayne not able to deal the damage. Flashes forward, gets the kill.
Vayne missed that one auto attack that would have killed the Jarvan, had to burn the flash, and ended up falling because of it. A little bit of a misplay there.
Very tragic. What they did, they used the vision, ECA used the vision in those bushes very well to make it difficult for Laqueva to keep pushing forward, because without vision, they didn't know where they were in the bushes, they couldn't attack them, so they had to face check to get in there.
That was a really good play and then counterplay and then replay by ECA in the bot lane.
Truly. And teleport was burned by, I believe, Galio there, so that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit now, but he's really trying to use the summoner spell to have a good impact throughout the map.
Yeah, almost all summoners are on cooldown for Laqueva. ECA too.
We'll have to see how ECA tries to claw back from this one a little bit. I think they need to start grouping, trying to get this ball delivery system going in order to get some picks, because as of right now, they've got a 6k gold lead, and Laqueva is just going to be starting to flex this. They're going to keep on pushing it. They're only going to be getting stronger. Their Vayne is so strong, and their Darius, if left unchecked in that top lane, he's going to take it all. And here he goes, might be going for a little bit of a trade. Up 3 levels. And he isn't going to be able to get it. The ultimate from Malphite used just to disengage there. Ultimate still up for Darius. He could look to all in this, but under the tower he needs to be careful. Here he's going for it. The flash is burned and he's going to land the kill, but will try and keep him alive. No, he will go down. So kills traded. But that's going to be a lot more pressure applied from this Darius. The hook lands onto the Kai'Sa. Exhaust is on. They're going for it here. One more hit will do it, and going to go down to the Kayn. And they're going to take that one and move on. They're not going to push too hard against that Orianna. They're still at full health.
Deadman's plate completed for Darius, as well as Black Cleaver.
He's getting tanky.
Tanky and lots of kill potentials too.
A lot of kill potential as we keep seeing tower diving consistently and still able to get these kills. So Dragon's going to be coming up pretty soon. We'll have to see what both teams do to set up for that. A lot of vision from La Cueva.
Be an Ocean Drake this time. Lots of variation in dragons this game.
We haven't seen a whole lot of the Mountain Drake. Vayne going in on the Kai'Sa. Again, auto-attacking the Gromp there. Must be using some attack move click, something that lost that kill and died because of these missed clicks, because of these missed auto attacks. That's something that's going to have to be fixed up, because that's a problem. Dragon's about to spawn and you just lost your primary carry in a 1v1 that they should have won somewhat easily.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate to see.
Those auto attacks are super important for Vayne, because she's got to get those 3 stacks off. And then
yeah, if she doesn't get those 3 stacks, that's none of her damage coming through there. And that one more auto would have won her that fight. So we'll see now, without an 80 carry hovering around this Dragon Pit, what can they do? They've got their Darius here though. Darius is running backline. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get it off here. Double kill for the Malphite. Again, the Darius wasn't able to get his stacks built up. An absolute disaster for La Cueva.
Yeah, ECA really played that well by focusing the Darius, because there was nobody else to really focus. You don't have to worry about a Vayne. So they could put all their damage on him, keep him CC'd, keep him locked down.
Trapping the Darius in Jarvan's ultimate, that Cataclysm, means that he can't get on the backline. They're kiting him, and they just were able to kill him before he was able to do much. But again, what that really stems from, they engaged that fight without their Vayne and without their Kayn. They couldn't have expected to win that one. A little bit of a sloppy play. Still a decent gold lead for the side of La Cueva. They were able to get some good damage onto that top inhibitor tower. So if they're able to build up a push and crack that open, it could really help them.
We'll have to see what the Darius chooses to do at this point, if he's going to join his team and continue to team fight and push objectives, or if he's just going to go top lane and keep bullying that Malphite and just start knocking on their inhibitor door.
Now they should get this mid tier 1 turret uncontested. ECA isn't in a place to challenge them. They're going to give this one up. Let's see if they keep pushing. Looks like they're going to. They need to be careful here. This is the situation that ECA is looking for, is they can use that Malphite as the ball delivery system, so expect to see that here. Keep an eye on that Orianna ball. And keep an eye on the positioning, the order, because this Malphite's probably going to be looking to go onto that Vayne. So that's their range damage. That's where they're going to be damaging the tower.
Yeah,
but if she steps up, she's going to get ulted on.
Vayne's got a.
Looks like they're going for it now. The ball is on Malphite. They're somewhat grouped. They're going to back off. They're not going to go for it. He had a moment there where I think he had a window. He could have landed it on 4. But again, going for the safer play, not always the worst thing. But La Cueva back immediately on the pressure into this mid lane. They're forcing them to make these moves. The key thing here is going to be that Vayne positioning. If they're just playing the ARAM game, it's going to be about who has the better engage. ECA has the potential for it with this ball delivery, but the damage in the long-term fight goes to the side of La Cueva. So it's going to be what's better, the engage or the follow-up damage. And there's a flash used by Easy Panda there on the Galio. It looked like he was going to go for the engage, but it was in range of it and didn't end up using it. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Could be a little bit of nerves on either side. No one really wanting to give up this next team fight. That could mean Baron or potentially a really strong push down one of the lanes.
I think they need to start using this Nautilus a little bit as their engage tool. That hook is so effective. Here's the red Kayn going onto the Jarvan. Like I said, so strong. Barely able to make it out. So now they're going to be looking to fight this. Flash burn by Kai'Sa.
Yuumi ult whiffed.
They just needed to use those just to defend, just to deter them. So the Jarvan re-engage, ulting onto the Vayne. The Vayne, oh, the Wombo combo effective. The Vayne is down immediately. But the rest of the team is still alive. Darius knocks down one. Knock up onto the Kai'Sa. Kayn is backline. What's he going to be able to do here? He lands the kill. Again, healing so much with that red form. But they're going to need to back out now.
Well, unclear who won that team fight.
ECA comes out with 3 kills versus the 2 of La Cueva, but you know the cost there. It was pretty much an even fight. That 7k gold lead still present, and that's what they need to be careful with this Vayne. The Vayne got caught up in the Jarvan ult, and then was a free target for the Malphite's ult, followed up immediately with that ball delivery and the Orianna ult. That's the Wombo combo that they wanted, to be able to kill that Vayne very quickly, very effectively, and then they were able to ultimately come out a little bit ahead on that fight just because they were able to kill that primary damage threat.
Yeah, the choices ECA has to make in every team fight is, do we use everything on Vayne and get slowly chunked down by Darius, or do we use everything on Darius and then just get wiped up by Vayne? The ideal situation would be to wait for poor positioning on the part of Vayne and Darius and get both of them caught in those ults.
We have to see a 2-man shockwave, that Orianna ult, and the dunk onto Galio there. Vayne flashing forward, deep, able to land the kill. Now what are they able to do in the follow-up on this fight? Here comes Darius. Lands the hook on a Jarvan's. This is going to be big. He should be able to get his 5 stacks ult off.
It's a great hook by Nautilus, bringing Orianna back into the fight.
And the dunk comes through. That's the thing that you have to be very afraid of with this Darius, and he keeps on going, is the resets that he can do. That's going to be a dead Malphite as well, and an ace. Using these resets, every time that ultimate kills, the cooldown resets, so he's able to chain that together and keep putting out that massive, massive true damage. So that should be an inhibitor for the side of La Cueva now.
We'll have to see if Kai'Sa can hold him off. Kayn decided to go and grab blue buff.
If the hook lands, that's going to be a dead Kai'Sa. They're looking for it, and it's going to miss.
Jarvan in. I'm not sure if they'll be able to take this inhibitor.
Yeah, they have to be careful now. They might have overstayed their welcome. Yep, they're going to throw those ultimates at the Nautilus, land that kill. Darius is going to make it out.
No inhibitor, but they did get the dragon.
They got the Drake, another Ocean. That's going to be that percent health per 5 seconds. Both teams 2 dragons away from that soul, so it's not going to be too close for that. But with that base cracked open, they have to consider what they can do to either take that inhib or use that as a distraction so they can take this Baron. Darius very strong now and only getting stronger. Vayne, when able to stay alive and not dive too hard into that backline, extremely effective at killing these champions as well. Really effective against these tanks is where Vayne's really going to shine with that true damage on those silver bolts every 3rd attack, dealing percent max health and true damage. But this Vayne keeps going so deep and so far forward for this backline, ends up trading her life for it. I don't always think if it's necessary every time. I think on Vayne you need to play the team fights front to back. You need to kill the closest threat to you, not dive for the furthest threat. Let's see if the hook lands now in range. Not going to go for it on that Malphite. Again, they know Darius is just coming back from base, so they don't want to extend too far and bite off more than they can chew by starting a fight without all of their members around them.
Yeah, the Vayne going really deep is incredibly unnecessary, because if you look at like the max health of Malphite and Jarvan, neither of them are super big. I mean, they're both just over 2,000 health each, so with that Vayne, if she just stayed in the back, took their time, it'd be maybe a handful of auto attacks to take either one of them down.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This Vayne needs to play this positioning just a little bit better. You can see leaning a little bit further back now because they know that ball delivery system's coming. But they need to be careful about how much they group. Anytime they're in close vicinity like this, they should expect that Malphite's going to be looking to land that 3 or 4 person knock-up, which is going to get paired with that Orianna ult. And Malphite's about to have his flash come back up as well, which is going to increase the range that he can make these huge engages on.
Nautilus ult burnt to kind of zone him out a little bit so they can take this inhib.
And Yuumi ult used in order to try and land that snare. And they're going in. There's the heroic entrance knocking up a huge amount. That Darius is able to land the resets.
And there we go, Orianna.
That's
ult.
4. The quadra kill. Will he be looking for the penta? Or is that the ace? Was someone killed on the backside?
Vayne, I think, took out the Orianna.
All right, so that is going to be game then.
Very well played in these team fights.
Indeed. Darius coming online in these last team fights to really carry the team. Amazing play from the Darius. Amazing play from the Galio as well. That engaged with the hero's entrance that knocked up 4 allows that Darius to go in and start doing what Darius does best. Swinging that axe around, getting those executions, and getting a quadra kill to win them the game.
All right, well, excellent games played by both of our teams. We saw a lot of really great team fight, a lot of really great communication. I think that it just shows how strong some of our APS Esports teams are.
Truly, the level of play here was quite high quality. The communication you could tell and the adjustments that they were able to make from game to game. And La Cueva coming back after that loss to close out this game. A great showing. And then ECA putting up an amazing fight. Congrats to all the players and all the teams that were out here. Some amazing League of Legends we saw today.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't have said it better myself. Congratulations to the La Cueva Bears for being the winners of the APS East vs. West tournament. But that's not to take anything away from ECA. They put up a very, very, very good showing. It was a pleasure to watch these games. It was a pleasure to host and a pleasure to cast. Thank you very much, Robo, for giving us your time and
Again,
effort for
thank
this.
you for having me.
No problem. So with that, we're going to go ahead and end the stream, and everyone have a great rest of your Wednesday.